So Chairman, whenever Victor is ready, tech support is ready also.
Thank you.
We're ready, Chairman. You can go.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the August 21st virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on July 24th, 2020, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until August 24th, 2020. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I am making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to Section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under our emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, which are posted to the board's website. I encourage everyone who frequently appears before the board to familiarize yourselves with these emergency rules, as we do not know how long the COVID-19 public health emergency will last. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming, and it is also being recorded. For these virtual hearings to function, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. And in addition, everyone wishing to testify at today's hearing, whether on behalf of an applicant or in opposition, was required to register before today's meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things if you're going to be participating in the meeting. First, for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Second, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will transfer you to a panelist. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. In addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it's important that two people not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that starts happening. If you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. So I'll repeat that. If you're an active participant in the meeting, please do not watch the live stream at the same time. Seventh, please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate. Finally, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting. The live stream is accessible from our website if you'd like to continue watching. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Garcia.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Saul.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Esposito.
Present, I can hear and see you.
And Commissioner Toya. Commissioner Toya, I believe you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here and I can hear and see you.
I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of July 17th, 2020 have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
That motion is carried. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote aye on that as well. The motion carries. The agenda has been approved. I'm going to skip my regular general announcements and trust that the attorneys who frequently represent applicants before the board have read our latest updates to our regular rules that we made last month and have downloaded our updated findings of fact forms for variations and cannabis special uses, as well as our updated cannabis and affidavits. Next, I will take withdrawals. It's my understanding that we have withdrawals for 45719S and 45819Z. Is anyone here to speak on those matters?
Good morning, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Ken, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is Attorney John Escobar on behalf of the applicants Moonlight Studios, Inc. for those two matters, 45719S and 45819Z. Now, as it became possible for our client to apply for the medium-sized venue, we had to determine the number of parking spaces that were necessary. And we recently conferred with the city of Chicago and determined those requirements. So given this new information on the parking issue with regard to the variance, we're going to modify the application, and then the ZBA will have to then issue and renotice. So we're requesting additional time.
Okay, so then you're going to be with refiling, essentially.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so then 45719S and 45819Z will be withdrawn. Next up, I have 1620 and 1720Z. Is anyone here to speak on those matters?
Tom, you have to unmute yourself, Mr. Moore. You should be able to speak.
Yes, hi,
Morning, Counselor.
Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom Moore, and I can see you and hear you. If you'd indulge me for 1 minute to give a little background here. My clients are two retirees who live in a very small historic landmark townhouse. And they have an undersized lot. In my opinion, they would meet the criteria for a hardship, and had they hired a competent architect and an honest contractor, we would have appeared in front of you in normal course, and probably everything would have been okay. But they hired a dishonest contractor who was going to take care of permits and didn't, and therefore they were never aware they needed a rear yard variance. And not only did the contractor, do that, but he also was incompetent in building and encroached the building he did build on the neighbors. So this ended up in court. The lawyer and I had worked out the judge had encouraged us to work together. The lawyer and I had worked out a settlement, and in principle, the clients agreed. And then the lawyer died. Very unfortunate. And then COVID happened, and so things were kind of stalled. The next door neighbors now have a new lawyer. We have again have the outline of we had the outline of a settlement. We presented plans to them, and they had a objection which had nothing to do with the would-be variances. So we now have redone the plans to try to accommodate their wish, even though it had nothing to do with the variance. And the ball is in their court to look at those and get back to us. So all of this has created a delay that my clients had no control over. So we would request some additional time because what we're going to have to do when they do reach an agreement on the plans is resubmit them for a new denial, because they will be different after the accommodations than the original denial. So we would respectfully request some additional time to finalize this.
So it sounds like you're asking for a continuance and not to withdraw and refile.
Well, that certainly would be the preference. Victor and I had a conversation yesterday where he pointed out that that we'll have to renotice anyway. So my clients would not prefer not to have to pay another filing fee. As I said, they're retirees, but I leave it in the discretion of the chairman.
Counselor, what's your estimated timing then?
Well, you know, nothing is moving very fast under the current conditions. I would ask for 2 months if that was possible.
Okay, we're going to continue this one until October 16th, and I think at that point, if you're not set, we should consider seriously just withdrawing and refiling when you're ready, because it has been, I think, in January.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Is anyone else here on this one? This is 1620Z and 1720Z for 4124 South Berkeley. Assuming no one wants to object to the continuance.
I did keep the lawyer advised that I would be asking for a continuance.
Okay, so we're going to continue those until October 16th. No further notice will be given.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so next up is 4041 and 4320Z. Let's see, is that Mr. Borstein? Okay, not seeing him on there. So those three matters are going to be withdrawn. That's 4020Z, 4120Z, and 4320Z will all be withdrawn. And next, I'm going to take requests for continuances. 25720Z.
Oh, okay.
Who's up for 25720Z? At 2126 West Fletcher.
Nick, you have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can. Morning.
Perfect. Good morning. Nicholas Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the owners, 20 at on the Fletcher property, but it's case number 25720Z. We actually made an adjustment to the plan since the time we filed. So a new denial letter actually issued earlier this week. And as of yesterday, my office had noticed, it sent out the revised notice to the surrounding property owners. So if we could have the September date, we'll be ready to proceed at that time.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm assuming for 25720Z? Then we're going to continue that one until September 18th, and no further notice will be given.
Nick, were there substantial changes? Is it something that we need to republish?
Actually, yeah, you will need to republish. So I'll have the amended notice and the amended application no later than Monday, possibly later this afternoon, but no later than Monday ahead of the publishing deadline.
Okay, and then just make sure you send us a new set of labels as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have another continuance request. Should I
What's your next
go in
one?
order?
What's your
It's 27720S, 27820Z,
Yeah.
and it's on page 7. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
27920Z and 28020Z.
Yeah, for 1620 West Grand.
That's correct. In this case, I have a client who's out of town, unavailable for the virtual hearing. We will be absolutely ready to go on the 18th. There was just a scheduling conflict during this month.
Okay, we're going to continue those four matters: 27720S, 27820Z, 27920Z, and 28020Z at 1620 West Grand until September 18th. No further notice will be given.
Thank you very much. And then my colleague Sarah has a continuance as well.
Which one's yours, Counselor?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney at the law offices of Sam Banks. Mr. Chairman, this is regarding matters on page 3 There's two companion matters, 25220S and 25320Z. Just as a matter of background, because I think it is pertinent, this case is this is a parking lot that's going to serve a conversion for a church property that my client is rehabbing and redeveloping into residential units. We've been working with the alderman and the community for 3 years now on this overall project. It did have to go through a type 1 zoning change first, and then now we're subsequently to the parking lot. Towards that end, and the only reason I raise this is we found out on Monday morning for the first time that there was some objections or opposition to the proposed parking lot, and immediately reached out to the adjacent homeowners association, with whom we had actually previously met back in December of 2019, right before the zoning change. They had some items that they wanted incorporated into the plan for the parking lot. So we met with them. We made those changes to the proposal. It was regarding the fence and the landscaping, and then proceeded accordingly. We had not heard anything else from them since December of 2019. And then again on Monday, we get notice again, kind of checking in with your office on whether or not there was anybody signed up to speak, and immediately called them. I communicated with them both on Monday and Tuesday of this week via telephone. They were going to give us some requests. They had some outstanding questions. They were going to give me those in writing, and we never received them this week. And then last night at 9:30 p.m., I did receive an email just saying that they wanted additional time to meet with us. So as a courtesy, we are going to ask for a continuance so we can meet with them again. But
What's the date, Counselor? When do you think you'll be ready? By September?
We'll definitely be ready by September.
Okay.
And we actually have to go by September because the holding costs are getting to be too much for this developer.
Okay. Anyone else here on that application objecting to the continuance request? Then we're going to continue 25220S and 25320Z until September.
We do have opposition here, Chairman.
Okay.
Let me put them.
Let's bring him up.
Okay, they're both promoted as panelists now.
Okay, this is Marilynlacy and Ted Evans. You're gonna have to unmute yourselves.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Ted Evans, and I'm in opposition of the variance on behalf of the Regency residences on the 4600 to 4608 South Ellis. Our property.
Sir, do you object to continuing this matter and coming back on September 18th?
No, I'm not objecting to the continuance. All that we are asking is that we have a chance to meet with the developer so that we can come to an agreement.
Okay, Ms. Lacy?
Yes, that is the same. Our problem has been that we have not had communication.
Okay.
We've tried to initiate, but we have not had it thus far.
I got it. Thank you. Thank you both. We're going to continue this matter until September 18th, and no further notice will be given. So please look out for our agendas. No further notice will be given. That's 25220S and 25320Z. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Councilor, you have any others?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next up on my list is 26920S.
Oops. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Andrew Willis. I'm the law firm Malkin Baker on behalf of the applicant, a nonprofit called Masjid Al Taqwa. We are requesting a special use permit for a community center at 9329 South Escanaba Avenue. We received a phone call yesterday from Victor Resa from the zoning department saying that Alderman Garza from the 10th Ward had wished to continue the matter. We didn't hear about this till 4:45 yesterday. She just wants to talk to us. We weren't told about any particular concern with this application. We do not support this request for continuance. We submitted all the necessary documents, and the plan department, from my understanding, was going to approve our plan. When my client had bought the property a year ago, they had reached out to Alderman Garza to set up a meeting, and they never got a response. We filed this application in April. It's been pending for 4 months. We got an alley access approval letter from the alderman, and we didn't hear anything about this request for a meeting until late yesterday. And so our client's very anxious to get started on this project, and we would like to proceed today if that's okay.
Counselor, what's the legal name of the applicant?
It's called Masjid Al-Taqwa, M-A-S-J-I-D, a new word, A-L-T-A-Q-W-A.
No, what's the legal name? What's the entity name?
I believe it's an incorporation. I believe it's the same name, Inc. at the end.
Okay, is anyone here from the Alderman's office?
Chairman, this is Commissioner Toya. The alderman did reach out to me yesterday as well. And I told her to call Victor, which I'm sure she did. She, I don't know if you know the boundaries, and I don't know if my other colleagues know this too. This is on the border of the 7th and 10th Ward, literally right on the border. So she wants to make sure she goes through the process, because there's people that live in 10th Ward, but there's also people that live in the 7th Ward. So this is why she asked for a request. I've been on the board for almost 10 years. Usually we give at least one request, usually, not always, to an alderman when they ask for a continuance. So I think she's found out new information over the last few days and she wants to meet with the potential developer before she gives. Again, we decide, but that's why she needs to do a little bit more homework for the 10th Ward and then bordering on the 7th Ward.
Chairman, this is Victor again. To confirm, Alderman Garza's request was on behalf of her and Alderman Mitchell, where they both wanted to meet with the applicant.
Okay, we're gonna
Exactly.
continue this one until September 18th. So this is 26920S at 9329 South Escanaba. We're gonna continue it until September 18th. No further notice will be given. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Next up, I've got 23620S and 23720Z.
Paul, you'd have to unmute yourself. Mr. Kopech?
Morning, Counselor.
He's here. He's just not unmuted.
Victor, can you hear me now?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kopech. We had a meeting with, this is regarding application 23620S and 23720Z, property address at 5005 Southwestern Boulevard. I had a Zoom meeting with Steve Valenziano yesterday. Evidently, our plans required a landscape variation. Unfortunately, that denial was never issued, and for some reason, we didn't catch it either. And so therefore, I'm requesting a continuance to the September meeting to put our landscaping plan into compliance.
Anyone else here on either of those matters, 23620S or 23720Z, who objects to continuance? Okay, we're going to continue both those matters until September 18th, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. 23920Z. This is at 1801 West Grand Avenue.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Agnes Pleka. I'm the attorney for the applicant. This is 1801 West Grand. The applicant is Planrise LLC, and the applicant is still working with the zoning department in terms of recent changes to the previously approved type 1 plans and type 1 zoning change. So we're still waiting for the zoning department for some direction in terms of how they would like us to proceed. So we would like to request 1 month continuance to finish that review and the revision process.
Okay, we're going to continue this one until September 18th. No further notice will be given.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's all I've got on my list. Mr. Resa, do you have any others for continuances?
No, that's all I had.
Okay. And we are going to continue with our regular call, beginning with 24620S at 5402 North Clark Street. And while we're getting folks set up, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed tavern, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Wicked River Brewery LLC, doing business as Urban Renewal Brew Lab.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is James Moriarty. I am the applicant, so if I'm not the appropriate person to be speaking, by all means, let me know. But we are applying for a special use permit at the 5402 North Clark Street, where we intend to operate a pilot brewery and / tap room.
Before you go further, do you swear to or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And who else is there anybody else testifying on this matter as part of your team? I have a few other witnesses listed.
Yes, Carolyn Moriarty.
Okay. And what's
I am co-founder. I'm not going to testify, but I'm here for support, admin support and informational support.
Got it. And so going back to Mr. Moriarty, will you just clarify?
1 second, Mr. Chairman. If Mike Wolin, are you signed in? If you can raise your hand. He's their appraiser, but I don't see him on our list.
Let's see.
I have someone signed in as Mike. Mike, if that's Mike Wolin.
That's me.
Okay, let me promote you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Moriarty, will you clarify for me? I know you and Carolyn are co-founders. What's your formal position within the applicant LLC?
I am the president and brewer.
President of the brewer. Are you then a member or a manager? I think we have your Secretary of State lists you. Your filing with the Secretary of State lists you as a manager. Is that correct? Of the LLC?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. And okay. Why don't you just tell us what you're doing here?
So our plan is to take over the existing space that was occupied as Andersonville Brewing for the last 10 years. It'll be our second location. Our original location is at 5121 North Ravenswood. That's our production facility. We intend to brew on site at 5402 and serve beer that we produce on premise.
And you're not doing any public place of amusement licenses, is my understanding from your application. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your hours of operation?
So it'll be varied. So Monday through Thursday, it'll be 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Friday will be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, 12 p.m. or sorry, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. as well. And Sundays, noon to 6.
Got it. And I understand you've met with the Andersonville Chamber of Commerce?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get your expert on the record, Mr. Wolin, if you were there. Still, can you unmute yourself? Can you hear us?
I can hear you, sir.
Perfect. So for the record, we recognize your expertise. You submitted a expert report on this matter, correct?
I did.
And if you were to testify on this matter and go into detail, it would be consistent with that report?
It would be, sir.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 24720Z at 3936 South Wells Street.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Eric Dantzler here. I'm representing the entity, the applicant, which is Bronzeville Development Group, LLC. My wife and I are the owners of this LLC.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do, sir.
Okay. Why don't you talk us through what you're attempting to do?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So again, good morning to you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the board. This is regarding, as you stated, 24720Z, 3936 South Wells. My wife and I are residents on the 3900 block of South Wells, in which this parcel being named, we are looking to, there are many vacant lots on our street, as is in many Chicago streets. And we decided to take it upon ourselves to try to purchase this particular parcel in order to develop it. The purpose for this application is we are seeking a variance to reduce the required setback along the Princeton side. This vacant lot borders 2 streets rather than your traditional lots would border a street in the front and an alley in the rear. This particular site is bordered by 2 streets, 3900 block of South Wells and the 3900 block of South Princeton. Along the Princeton side, we are proposing to build a garage consistent with many other single-family residents, which has a 4-foot setback. So we're applying to reduce the required setback of 14, I believe, 0.67 to 4 feet in order to allow for the garage and have adequate rear yard space for a new single-family home.
And your hardship essentially is that you have a through lot, so without the variations, you can't have a garage. And do the neighboring places have garages?
Sir, there are actually on the street, there are 2 parcels, 2 properties, I would say, that have a garage. The 3rd parcel doesn't have a garage, but it has a curb cut. It's a mobile gas station that's on the corner of the 3900 Princeton block. So there are 2 residences that do.
Got it. And so part of your argument is that without the variation, you wouldn't really be able, your property wouldn't be very marketable and you wouldn't be able to sell it down the road and meet your construction.
Absolutely, sir. You know, that's something that Chicago residents have become consistent with. If they're going to buy a single family house, typically, you know, you'd like to afford them the opportunity to have garage parking and an adequate yard consistent with many, many, many other single family residents in the city, especially on the south side.
Any questions from the board?
I have no questions, sir.
Any questions from the board?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next up is 24820S, 24920Z. And 25020Z. This is for 61 West Erie Street.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Garcia. I'm recused from this matter.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, Counselor. Will you give me one moment? I just want to make sure we are able to set up our screen share so we can present some of these slides. Jeanette, are you able to share the deck? Share your screen for the deck?
Now I can. Give me 1 second.
Okay. And Counselor, while she's doing that, why don't you identify your witnesses for me?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me here today is Brian Goldberg, the manager for the applicant, Peter Poulos, our appraiser, and Jonathan Split, our architect.
Okay, Mr. Goldberg, are you online?
I am, sir. Good morning.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And Mr. Split, are you online?
You may have to unmute.
While he's figuring that out, Mr. Poulos, you're here. You've got to unmute yourself as well.
There you go.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding? Still can't hear you, sir. Is your mic working?
Yes.
Ah, Mr. Split is with us. Mr.
Yes,
Split,
yes, I do.
do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah. And Mr. Poulos? Can't hear Mr. Poulos yet.
Yes.
Counselor, why don't you start? And we'll give him a moment to figure out his microphone.
Good morning again. This matter involves a 6-story building, 28 units with 2 parking spaces proposed at 61 West Erie on the south side of Erie, immediately to the east of a Walgreens store, but immediately west of some residential buildings. The property is in a DX3 district. It comprises about 5,300 square feet of property, bordered by an alley on the west and the south. There are 3 requests before you, one for a special use under the transit served location provisions of the Chicago zoning ordinance to allow a reduction in parking down to the 2 proposed parking spaces. In addition, there are 2 variations that are requested, one for rear yard setback, one for of the rear yard open space. You can now see the site, which is vacant and surrounded by a wood fence. This matter has been the subject of many meetings with the community over a 2-year period. I'm happy to report that as a result of all those meetings, we have a letter of support from RNRA, which is the neighborhood group for the area, who oversaw many of the meetings that were involved. We have submitted, Mr. Chairman, affidavits from both of our witnesses, as well as a report from Mr. Poulos attesting to the facts in this matter, the hardship involved. This property is only 100 feet deep by 53 feet wide, so it's 25 feet short of a standard Chicago lot. That is the basis for our hardship on the 2 variations. We are less than 1,000 feet from the Grand Avenue Red Line stop and approximately 1,100 feet from the Chicago Avenue bus line, both of which are designated transit locations, qualifying us for the TSL special use that we are requesting. I'd like to proceed, Mr. Chairman, by having the witnesses validate their affidavits, and Mr. Poulos, if he has managed to turn on his mic or called in, validate his report.
Hi, can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that, signing on a different device.
Mr. Poulos, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
We recognize your expertise. Before you proceed, I'm just going to read the department's recommendation before I forget. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to reduce the required parking from 28 spaces to 2 spaces for a proposed 6-story mixed-use building with ground floor retail and 28 residential units, which will be a transit-served location, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, LG Development Group LLC 61 West Erie Series, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, dated August 19th, 2020, and the 1st through 6th floor plans, upper roof plan, and elevations dated July 1st, 2020, prepared by Jonathan Split Architects Limited. Go ahead, Mr. Counselor.
Mr. Goldberg, you previously submitted an affidavit summarizing the testimony you would provide at this hearing. If you were to testify today, would the testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Jonathan, as the architect for the project, you also submitted an affidavit summarizing the testimony you would provide at today's hearing. Were you to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
And Mr. Poulos, you studied the area, the project, and prepared a report summarizing the compliance with the proposed special use with the standards for such approvals. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that report?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to keep going on, but I know you have a long agenda. We are happy to answer any questions you may have on any aspect of this matter.
Any questions by the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 251-20S, and we're going to call up with 234. This is for 2423 South State Street.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant.
Good morning, Counselor. While your folks are getting settled, I'm just going to run through the 2 special use letters from the department. For 251-20S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed 9-unit group living co-living building, including ground floor residential use with 5 parking spaces at the rear of the property, provided 1, the applicant maintains the easement agreement with the CTA for access to the 5 parking spaces. 2, the special use is solely to the applicant, 2434 State Street QOZB LLC. And 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 5th, 2020, prepared by Built Form Architecture. And for 234-20S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of residential use below the 2nd floor for a proposed 5-story 9-dwelling unit group living co-living building with 5 parking spaces at the rear of the property, provided 1, the applicant maintains the easement agreement with CTA for access to the 5 parking spaces. 2, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 2434 State Street QOZB LLC. And 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 5th, 2020, prepared by Built Form Architecture. Go ahead, Counselor.
Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today is Andrew Ato, the manager for the applicant, Arden Freeman, the architect on the project, and Mr. Peter Poulos, our appraiser on this matter. I don't know if you want me to proceed, Mr. Chairman, or swear them in.
Yeah, let's let me swear them in, and then we'll jump through it. Mr. Ahito, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Friedman?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Poulos, you are still under oath?
Yes.
And we still recognize your expertise. Go ahead,
Thank
Counselor.
you, Mr.
This matter involves a mid-block location. Proposal is for a 9-dwelling unit or co-living unit. As a building, there are 2 requests with 5 parking spaces. There are 2 requests before the board. One is for the residential use to be allowed on the ground. Secondly, for the approval of the building as a co-living facility. This project is very similar to one that was previously approved by the board 2 months ago under 165-20S. 16620Z and 16720Z. We do not have variations in this case. The special use in that matter was for the ground floor residential at the corner of 24th and State Street. This is the same development team, similar project, smaller in scale. The basis for the special use for the ground floor residential is that this area of the city doesn't really have much commercial along State Street. And as a result, it seems much more of a viable use to have the residential extend down to the ground floor and provide additional population and living quarters on it. The group living special use is interesting. These are independent living units, but because of the type of lease arrangement with the individuals, and I think we discussed this a bit last time, the city has determined that this is classified as group living, and hence we needed the second special use, which resulted in our continuance last month to today. We've actually worked with the Neighborhood Group Association. I see that Bonnie is on the call here. She can speak to her association's review of this matter, but we're pleased to report that we have their support, and I have submitted a letter to the staff from that organization. I'd like to ask our witnesses to validate their affidavits and then proceed to any questions that the board may have. Andy, you previously prepared an affidavit which summarized your testimony. In this matter, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Arden, as the architect for the project, you prepared a affidavit that summarized your testimony for today's hearing. And if you were to proceed testify today, testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
And Peter, as the appraiser for this matter, you reviewed the project, the area. You prepared a report that summarized your findings that this matter was consistent with all the standards for approval of special uses for both matters. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those, with your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Chairman, it's rather straightforward. I'm happy to go into it further or answer any questions that the board may have at your pleasure.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez-Carlson, can you identify yourself for us, please?
Yes. My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I am the President and Executive Director of the Near South Planning Board.
Do you swear to or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, would you like to add anything?
Sure. I'm happy to be before you today. Near South Planning Board is a not-for-profit organization that has been overseeing development on the Near South Side since 1946, and we had the opportunity to review this request for special use. And this project comes at a time and in a location where new residential is currently being constructed across the street at the former Icky site, which is now known as Southbridge. And since 1946, Near South Planning Board has focused much of its efforts on revitalization and economic growth in the Near South community. We're pleased to see this development continue along State Street corridor, where vacant land and empty storefronts currently exist. As Mr. Acosta mentioned, this proposal is similar in design to its sister project just north at 2401 South State, and is consistent with the residential growth occurring along South State Street. We believe it will complement the current vision, and it will be an asset to the neighborhood. As such, Near South Planning Board has agreed to lend support to the applicant's request to build a co-living residential building and to support its special use to establish residential below the second floor. I thank you for this opportunity to speak today, and we recommend approval by the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Thank you. To the applicant, are you planning more of these?
Not on this particular block, but the applicant does have other projects.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 25420S at 6926 South Kenwood.
Chairman, this is Jolene Saul. I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Okay. And while folks are getting set up, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed community center, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, the Rebuild Foundation NFP, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the ground floor site plan dated April 14, 2020, elevations dated February 28, 2020, and prepared by Studio Gang, and tree protection and demolition plan and landscape plan dated August 19, 2020, prepared by Site Design Group. Counselor, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. One point of order, there's a small typo in the agenda. The address for the subject property is 6929 South Kenwood. I'm sure that's just a typo in the agenda, but wanted to point that out. My name is Liz Butler from the law firm of DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street in Chicago. We represent the applicant in this matter, the Rebuild Foundation NFP. The applicant is seeking special use approval to establish and operate a community center at 6929 South Kenwood. I'm joined today by representatives of the applicant, Treg Dorson, the Chief Operating Officer for the foundation, and George Kissel, our land use expert for the project. I'll give a brief overview of the proposal, and then I will introduce both of the witnesses for the record. So the applicant is seeking special use approval to establish and operate a single-story, 7,000 square foot community center at the property located at 6929 South Kenwood. The applicant is a culture-based, artist-led, not-for-profit arts services and community development organization. Its projects throughout the city support artists and strengthen communities by providing free arts programming, creating new cultural amenities, and developing affordable housing, studio, and live workspace for artists. The group was founded by and is led by Theaster Gates. It's part of a network of sister organizations that collaborate to extend the social engagement of Gates' studio practice to the south side of Chicago and beyond. The Stony Island Arts Bank is a project that many of you may be familiar with that the applicant is responsible for. So the subject property was rezoned by way of a type 1 rezoning last year from the M1 district to its current C31 in connection with this proposed use and the development proposal. The property is abutted by M1 zoned properties on the north, a 14-foot wide public alley on the east, East 70th Street on the south, and South Kenwood Avenue on the west. The property is about 50,000 square feet in size, and it's currently vacant and unimproved with the exception of a masonry wall. The City of Chicago is the current owner of the property. The applicant has worked closely with DPD on the proposed acquisition and development of the property. So the applicant will be acquiring the property from the City of Chicago for the purposes of this development. They'll be developing the subject property with this community center, which will include the construction of a single-story building and landscaped green space that will support cultural arts and cultural programming. So it'll be programs both by the applicant and its partner organizations, primarily during the summer months for the outdoor programming. In the initial stages, the community center is anticipated to operate from roughly Memorial Day to Labor Day. Hours of operation will be 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and programming will include arts, cultural, and wellness-oriented instruction, art production, dance, meditation, and yoga classes, for example. The property will also serve as one of several sites of a multi-site fine arts summer camp for elementary age students. That's a partnership with the South Shore Fine Arts School. Finally, the property is a transit-served location by virtue of its proximity to the Stony Island stop on the Metro Electric line, and the project will provide 2 off-street vehicular parking spaces and 6 bicycle parking spaces. Granting the special use will allow for use of the property, a vacant and underutilized property, in a manner that's compatible with surrounding land use, and will result in no adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood, and will be a benefit to this neighborhood and to the community at large. The applicant has discussed the proposal with the Alderman's office and its partners in the community, and we're aware of no objections to the proposed use. So unless there are any questions from the members of the board at this time, I'll turn to my first witness, Mr. Dorson.
Yeah, let's get your witnesses sworn in.
Thank you. Mr. Dorson, could you please state your name and your address for the record?
Hi, good morning. My name is Treg Dorson. My personal address is 3358 South Giles.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And Treg, you're the Chief Operating Officer for the Rebuild Foundation, NFP, correct?
Correct.
And DLA Piper, as your counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact in an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, right?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the proposed findings of fact in your affidavit, right?
Yes.
Thank you. We can come back to Treg if it's okay. I'll just move along to Mr. Kissel and ask him to confirm that his testimony would be consistent with his report. George, could you please state your name and address and your business or profession?
Sure. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oakrant Kissel Associates with offices at 122 South Michigan in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect and certified planner with over 35 years of experience in the field of planning and zoning.
We recognize Mr. Kissel's experience. And do you swear to swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Counselor, please proceed.
Thank you. And George, you were retained by the applicant in this matter to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal and the special use application to allow for the establishment and operation of the community center at the subject property, right?
That is correct.
And you prepared a report that detailed your analysis, your findings and conclusion. And we, as counsel for the applicant, submitted that report into evidence, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the findings of fact and the conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the criteria for approval of a special use, right?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further witnesses and no questions for these witnesses at this time, unless there are questions from the board, where our team is available to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 25520S at 2949.5 West Cermak Road. I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art service tattoo shop, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Robert Perez, doing business as Tito's Tattoos.
Good morning. Can you see me?
Can. Morning,
Okay.
Council.
Great. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Amy Degnan and I'm an attorney with Daly and Georges. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant, Tito's Tattoos, for a special use to allow a body art service tattoo parlor located at B32 Community Shopping District. With me this morning is Robert Perez, the owner of Tito's Tattoos, and Terrence O'Brien, our certified real estate appraiser expert who has prepared a report and is available to testify on the required criteria. The subject property is an existing one-story masonry retail commercial structure containing 2 retail units. The total building area is approximately 1,650 square feet, and a portion to be occupied by the applicant is approximately 825 square feet. The subject site has approximately 25 feet on the south side of Cermak and is approximately 124 feet in depth. The total land area for the subject site is 3,100 square feet. The surrounding neighborhood is a combination of 1, 2, and 3-story buildings with ground floor commercial and some residential units above the ground floor. Tito's Tattoos has been operating at 2151 South Levitt, approximately 300 feet from the proposed new location since 2013. The applicant, Robert Perez, has been working successfully in the industry for decades, and Robert Perez is a vested neighbor and community member in this area for the last 20 years. Tito's Tattoos hours of operations will be Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. And there will be 2 stations for service in the tattoo parlor. There will be minimal impact to traffic during peak times. We have a letter of support from Alderman Cincho Lopez, and we are not aware of any objectors. If permitted, I'd like to introduce Robert Perez as a witness.
Please do.
Good morning, sir. My name is Robert Perez, P-E-R-E-Z. I'm the owner of Tito's Tattoos.
Mr. Perez, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay. As the owner of Tito's Tattoos, you are a vested community member and resident in the South Side and want to support the vision of the surrounding community. Is that correct?
Yes.
As owner of Tito's Tattoos, currently operating 300 feet away at 2151 West Levitt, you are not aware of any complaints from neighbors or security incidences related to your place of business. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're simply looking to relocate 300 feet away onto Cermak Road just for increased foot traffic along the commercial corridor rather than a side street. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you've maintained all required business license and registration while you have operated. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is everything that I described correct?
Yes, it is.
You were kind enough to submit an affidavit in support of the application that was submitted with our proposed finding of fact. If called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
Yes, I will.
I'd like to call Terrence O'Brien, the certified real estate appraiser, as the applicant's expert witness.
We recognize his expertise. Mr. O'Brien, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
We've submitted Mr. O'Brien's qualifications as a real estate appraiser and the report that he prepared on this matter. Both the qualifications and the report were included in our proposed finding of fact. Mr. O'Brien, can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Terrence O'Brien, O''B''R''I''E''N.
And what is your business address?
7383 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois.
And your submitted resume is accurate and you are familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, and the application in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You've also testified as an expert before the Zoning Board of Appeals many times before. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I would ask that Mr. O'Brien is recognized as an expert.
You have.
Thank
Okay. Mr. O'Brien, you prepared a written report on the property and the proposed uses, and it accurately presents your professional opinion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your report analyzes and approval criteria for variations, special uses, and concludes that the proposed operations will meet those criteria. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the criteria I addressed are on pages 3, 4, and 5 of my report.
Excellent, thank you. And if called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that report?
Yes, I would.
At this time, we have no further experts or witnesses. We ask for your favorable consideration and we're available to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Perez, do you have your, I don't remember what it's called, but your infectious disease certification?
BBP, yes, sir. I have it here with me.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. We will take it under consideration.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 25620S at 5256 West Division Street. And I'm going to read the department's recommendation on that before we proceed. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barber shop, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Durande Franks.
So I'm here and present.
Good morning. Can you identify yourself for us?
Durande Franks. I am the applicant.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like you have Mr. Ryan with you as your expert witness.
Yes, sir.
I'm here.
Good morning, Mr. Ryan. Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, we recognize your expertise. Are you running the show or is the applicant? Mr. Franks, why don't you tell us what you're trying to do here?
I am trying to establish a barber shop right here at this location at 5256 West Division. The city told me that we needed a special use permit.
Chairman,
So-
let me stop you. He does have a representative. They were just promoted.
Ah, perfect. Mr. Box?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Are you
Council.
able to hear me?
I can, yeah. Please proceed.
Fantastic. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Daniel Box, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Durandi Franks. The applicant will be leasing the grade level retail space at the subject property located at 5256 West Division Street. The applicant is proposing to establish a barbershop within that space, and to do so, we're here seeking a special use. There will be two witnesses testifying today, our applicant, Durandi Franks, and also our appraiser, Joseph Ryan. Also here in support of the project is Mr. Franks' business partner, Mr. Anthony Phillips. So with that, I'd like to proceed to asking some questions of Mr. Franks. Randy, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Durandi Franks. My address is 2663 West Maypole, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
You're the applicant for the special use for 5256 West Division, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you will be leasing the first floor retail space at the subject property, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you're proposing to locate a barbershop within that space?
Yes, sir.
And this would be your first attempt to own and operate a barbershop, is that right?
Yes, sir.
For purposes of owning and operating that barbershop, you have partnered together with Mr. Anthony Phillips, correct?
Yes, sir.
To clarify your partnership with Anthony, you are providing the financial backing while he is providing the hair cutting skill and day-to-day business expertise. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So your plan is to jointly manage the barbershop with Anthony, who will also cut hair at the location himself.
Yes, sir.
And you two anticipate hiring between 8 and 11 independent barbers to staff the shop. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And all of the barbers you hire will be properly licensed in their trade. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The proposed hours for the business are Tuesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Saturday, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Randy, is it your understanding that my office submitted a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask our second witness, Mr. Joe Ryan, a couple of questions. Joe, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
You're an MAI certified appraiser, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've testified before this board in that capacity numerous times in the past, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the subject property located at 5256 West Division Street?
Yes, I am.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special use will comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the zoning ordinance. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
Joe, you prepared a written report further explaining your findings, correct?
Yes.
And your report your report was submitted and served as a witness statement on your behalf in this case today, correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, will your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Chair, I have no further questions at this time. If you have any clarifying questions that you might like to ask of Mr. Anthony Phillips, who's also here, as I previously mentioned, who will be running the day-to-day operations of the business, Anthony would be happy to answer those. And with that, I rest my case.
Counselor, I don't think we have Mr. Phillips on any of our witness slips. If the rest of the board has questions for the other witnesses, we'll do that. But otherwise, we're going to be observing our rules. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take it under consideration. Next up is 25820S for 7119 South Ashland. I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed Dunkin' Donuts restaurant with a one-lane drive-through facility, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Rena, 71st Ashland LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans, elevation, and landscape details dated August 13th, 2020. The site and landscape plans dated August 19th, 2020, all prepared by Nick Scarlatus and Associates Limited. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Rainier 71st Ashland LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 7119 South Ashland Avenue. And it's currently a vacant and unimproved lot that contains 14,725 square feet of total lot area. Now, the applicant, as you said, is proposing to redevelop the property with a new one-story building that would operate with the Dunkin' Donuts restaurant. The plan calls for code-compliant landscaping, perimeter fencing, 6 on-site parking spaces, and a single drive-through lane that'll serve the restaurant. And that drive-through lane is why we're before the board seeking the special use, because the property is located in a B3 zoning district. I have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Sanj Katau, our project architect, Nicoletta Scarlatus, and our land planning consultant, Mr. Kareem Musawir. Chair, this is a special use, and I guess unless there are questions specific to the design, I'd probably call Mr. Katau and Mr. Musawir in that order.
Okay.
Sanj,
Yes,
can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sanjeev Katal, 516 Jean Darfler Court, Naperville, Illinois, 60565.
You swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes,
And you are the manager of the applicant, Rainier 71st Ashland LLC,
yes,
and the applicant owns the property again at 7119 South Ashland Avenue. Is that right?
yes,
And you're planning to develop the property with a new one-story Dunkin' Donuts restaurant. Is that right?
Counselor, we lost
Yes.
you on the.
I'm sorry.
We repeat that question and answer. For our
And let me re-ask the question then. Your plan is to develop the property with a new one-story building that'll operate with the Dunkin' Donuts restaurant?
yes,
And the plan incorporates a drive-through lane. Is that right?
yes,
Is it true that you have nearly 20 years of experience in the quick service fast food industry?
yes,
And as of today, you have 15 current operating locations with drive-through lanes. Is that right?
yes,
You're not only an experienced operator, but you know the importance of the drive-through lane to the business. Is that right?
yes,
And it's a key feature to keep you competitive in the marketplace. Is that true?
Counselor, we lost you on the mic again.
Sanj, and the drive-through lane is a key feature to keep you competitive in the marketplace. Is that right?
yes,
And it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
I think he said something about consistency in the affidavit, but yes,
I'm sorry, we're having some technical issues over here.
Counselor, will you repeat the question for our court reporter?
Absolutely. If you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that true?
yes,
Thank you. And if I can call Mr. Musawir. Kareem, can you state your name and address for the record?
Kareem Musawir, addressed at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
You
Land
swear.
planning.
Sorry, Counselor. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
You're a land planning consultant by trade.
Correct.
You've testified in that capacity many times before this board. Is that right?
That's correct.
The scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use met the criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That's correct.
You physically inspected the subject property
I did.
and you prepared a written zoning analysis report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that right?
Yes.
It's your understanding that we submitted that report to the board?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in the report. Is that right?
That's correct.
Chairman, that is the extent of our case in chief. If you have any questions specific to the site design, again, our project architect, Nicoletta Scarlatus, is available to answer questions, again, specific to the design.
So I don't forget, we recognize Mr. Musawir's expertise. I have a question for him. Can you just give me a sense, are there other drive-throughs? You mentioned, I think, in your report that there are other one-story commercial, but are there specifically other businesses operating drive-through lanes in this area?
Yes, there are. There's a Walgreens near there, and there is a sandwich shop near there.
That has a drive-through?
that has a drive-through.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 25920S for 5400 North Lawler. And I will read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the conversion of an existing two-story religious assembly building to a community center, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Academy of Music of the Paderewski Symphony Orchestra, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 14th, 2020, prepared by Michael Bill Smith Design, LLC. Counselor, when you're ready, take it away.
Thank you, sir. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here this morning on behalf of the applicant, the Academy of Music of the Paderewski Symphony Orchestra, which is an Illinois not-for-profit corporation. The applicant has a contract to purchase the subject property, again located at 5400 North Lawler. The property, as you can see from the slide, is improved with a one-story, now vacant church building. The applicant is proposing to adapt and reuse the existing building and reestablish it as a community center. The subject property is located in an RS2 zoning district, and a special use is required to establish the community center use. I have two witnesses available to testify. On behalf of the applicant, Mrs. Barbara Blista, and our MAI designated appraiser, Mr. Sylvester Kerwin. And I believe Mr. Michael Bill Smith, the project architect, was signed in. I'm not sure if he still is, but we may be able to call him if there are questions about design.
He looks like he's queued up here.
Okay, and with that, Barbara, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Barbara Bimsta. I live in Chicago in 6430 West Berthold Avenue.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Barbara, you're the executive director of the applicant, the Academy of Music.
Yes,
And this, again, the applicant is a non-for-profit corporation in Illinois, is that right?
yes,
And you have a contract to purchase the subject property located again at 5400 North Lawler, is that right?
yes,
As we described it, it's a property that's improved with a one-story, now vacant church building.
yes,
And you're proposing to bring the building back to life and locate your music school in that space.
yes,
And again, this particular community center will focus on providing classical musical instruction and training to children and young adults. Is that right?
yes,
Your program also offers music theory and music history classes for varying age groups. Is that right?
yes,
And as you described in your witness statement, the facility will operate on weekdays, typically after traditional school hours, between 3 p.m. and about 9 o'clock p.m.
yes,
And then on weekends, you'll operate between 9 o'clock a.m. and about 7 o'clock p.m. Is that right?
yes,
And you'll have a staff of between 5 and 7 teachers or instructors working at the school at any given time. Is that right?
yes,
And almost all of the scheduling and training that you do is done in a private or semi-private session. Is that true?
yes,
So typically 1 or 2 students of similar disciplines would train with an instructor for about an hour. And then when that hour is up, the students turn over and a new group comes to the school.
yes,
And you're comfortable with that system and that schedule based on 20 years of experience at your current location on Milwaukee Avenue. Is that right?
yes,
Barbara, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kerwin, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Counselor, we lost you on the mic.
Sorry, Chair. Mr. Kerwin, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin and Associates with offices located at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
We recognize Mr. Kerwin's expertise.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Kerwin, you've you were retained in this case to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You physically inspected the property
Yes, I have.
and you prepared a zoning analysis report further defining your conclusions and findings in this case. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, generally speaking, it's your professional opinion that the proposed community center meets the criteria for special use. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
And it's your understanding we filed a copy of your written report with the zoning board?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements contained in the report. Is that right?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. I would also point out that we did work with the Forest Glen Community Organization as well as Alderman Nugent's office on the request. We're not aware of any objection to the proposed community center at the subject site.
And Councilor, you are, I've got this note in the findings fact that you're attempting to get a drop-off zone in the front.
Yeah, so we worked with both the community organization and the alderman's office, and there is an area about 2 car lengths in depth right in front of the building on Lawler that the alderman said that she would consider putting a drop-off zone to help facilitate student pickup and drop-off. This is a unique case where there is actually no parking requirement. There's actually, let me take that back. There's a technical parking requirement of 6 spaces, but there's also a 23 parking space credit based on the church use. So the credit exceeds the on-site parking requirement. It's really the only way to repurpose the building because there's no other on-site parking provided. And the loading zone, getting back to your question, the loading zone was a solution to just help alleviate any type of issues with student pickup and drop off.
Got it. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 26020S at 6509 South State Street. And for the department's recommendation, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed 155 stall non-required accessory off-site parking lot to serve a public utilities operation located at 38 West 64th Street, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, the People's Gas, Light and Coke Company. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated August 11th, 2020, and the landscape plan dated August 6th, 2020, prepared by Epstein and McKissick. 3, in lieu of installing an irrigation system, the applicant is required to enter into a minimum 5-year landscape maintenance and irrigation agreement, which shall initiate upon the final installation of all required landscaping as shown on the approved site landscape plan. And 4, prior to issuance of final occupancy, the applicant shall provide the zoning administrator evidence of the executed 5-year landscape maintenance agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jack Lawler of the Denton's Law Firm at 233 South Wacker, representing the applicant, the People's Gas, Light and Coke Company. This is the application of Peoples to construct an approximately 155 space paved and landscaped surface parking facility at 6509 South State, long vacant in an M12 zoning district to serve as another required accessory parking for People's redevelopment and expansion of its century-old South Shop facility located nearby at 38 West 64th. The prior photograph for the location, this parking facility will be within 600 feet or less of the South Shop. People's South Shop itself is operational support for people.
Councilor,
Chairman, this is the court reporter.
Yeah.
I lost a lot of that.
Yep, I got it. Councilor, you're breaking up a lot. You have to unmute yourself, Councilor.
Is that better?
No. why don't we'll give you a few minutes. We're going to come back to this one, okay? I don't know what your internet is looking like, but maybe if you try switching locations. We're going to jump to 26120S and 26220Z and 26320Z. This is for 753 North LaSalle and 129 West Chicago.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Chris Leach. And members of the board, this is Chris Leach. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Vakerman LLP. Just let me know when you'd like me to get started.
Thanks, Counselor. I'm just going to read the department recommendations while getting everybody situated. For 26120S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the reduction of requiring from 20 to 0 spaces for the proposed 9-story building with ground floor retail and 28 dwelling units above, which will be a transit-served location, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, BRP LaSalle LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated November 1st, 2019, prepared by DLR Group. Okay, Counselor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the applicant BRP LaSalle LLC in connection with the application seeking a proposed special use permit for a TSL parking reduction, a rear yard setback variance, and a variance to waive the required loading berth to allow the construction of a 9-story mixed-use building 111 feet in height with retail space on the ground floor and 28 dwelling units on the floors above, the building located at 753 North LaSalle Street. The subject site is located in the 2nd Ward within the DX7 zoning district at the southeast corner of LaSalle Street and Chicago Avenue with an address range of 123 to 137 West Chicago Avenue and 753 to 755 on North LaSalle Street, containing 6,125 square feet in area, currently improved with a small vacant currency exchange building and a surface parking lot. I mentioned the range of addresses because the house number for this project has changed a couple of times during the planning and siting of the building. So you may see references to the development site as 129 West Chicago and 753 North LaSalle Street. I just want to let you know that those are the same development, and it's moving forward under the house number of 753 North LaSalle Street. The subject site is a non-standard lot measuring 96.44 feet by 64 feet and is bounded by LaSalle Street on the west, Chicago Avenue on the north, an interior lot line on the south, and a non-standard size public alley on the east measuring only 10 feet in width as opposed to 16 feet. It is the non-standard size lots and the non-standard alley width that poses the hardship in this case, which a rear yard setback is being requested at the second story from the required 30 feet to the 10.18 feet and a waiver of the single loading dock. Because the substandard depth of the lot, the required 30-foot setback at the residential levels would take up approximately 1/3 of the lot depth, requiring a smaller residential floor plate and requiring a taller building be built without the variance. Further, in connection with the waiver of the loading dock, the hardship created by the substandard lot depth is exacerbated by the narrow substandard alley width of 10 feet, preventing maneuvers for a typical internal loading berth. The providing of a loading berth would effectively eliminate the required ground floor retail space in the DX7 district. The 28 residential units proposed by the applicant are furnished co-living units, which eliminates large-scale move-ins by the tenants making their move-ins limited to smaller possessions and clothing, mitigating the need for the loading berth. The applicant will be seeking a loading zone on West Chicago Avenue near the alley in order to handle move-ins from the rear of the building. The building has been designed with the residential entrance on LaSalle Street and the retail entrances on Chicago Avenue, making the rear yard setback occur at the alley side of the building, which provides a built-in 10-foot additional setback from the building to the east. The proposed development also eliminates the existing curb cuts on LaSalle Street and on Chicago Avenue. Although not having a side yard setback requirement, the applicant is providing a 3-foot setback, most of the length on the southern boundary at the ground floor level, and for the entire length starting at the second level, so as not to cover up the windows of the neighboring building to the south, providing light and air to that building. In addition, the applicant is providing a light well on the south elevation to provide additional light and air to the proposed building, as well as the neighboring building to the south. Given the development site is located near several different alternative modes of transportation, the applicant is seeking a transit-served location parking reduction from 20 spaces to 0. The subject qualifies as a transit-served location that it is 1,130 feet from the Chicago CTA Red Line station to the east and is 830 feet from the Chicago CTA Purple and Brown Line stations to the west of the site, well within the required 1,320 feet. Proposed development is also providing 30 bicycle spaces on site in compliance with the TSL parking reduction requirements and is designed to comply with the Chicago zoning ordinance requirements for the TSL reduction. Supporting the requested TSL parking reduction, it should be noted that the addition to the CTA Red Line and the CTA Purple and Brown Line stations being located nearby, there are 6 CTA bus routes with stops within a few blocks of the site. There are 8 Divvy bike stations located in the area with 143 bike docking stations with designated bike lanes and routes on several nearby streets. In addition to the on-street parking in the area, there are several parking facilities with 4 facilities located within 1 block of the site, providing 442 public parking spaces, as well as several car sharing facilities. The area is also served well by pedestrian accommodations with sidewalks located on both sides of the street, high visibility crosswalks, and countdown pedestrian signals. In addition, the applicant will be providing a CTA transit information kiosk within the residential lobby of the development to encourage the use of public transit as recommended by the TOD transportation study provided in this case, and will inform its tenants of the multiple alternative modes of transportation available in the area. The applicant has not received any objections to the proposed special use or variances for the proposed development. In addition to sending out the required notices to the adjoining owners, the applicant has met with and received a letter of support from the local neighborhood community group, the River North Residents Association. The applicant has also met with and received a letter of support from the local Alderman Brian Hopkins of the 2nd Ward. At this time, I'd like to introduce my witnesses. We have on behalf of the applicant, Jason Alt, who's the president of the parent company Bucksbaum Properties. We have Marina Behrens of DLR Group, the architect for the project. Lue Abuna of KLOA, expert witness in the field of traffic engineering, and Terrence O'Brien of Terrence O'Brien Company, an MIA appraiser. And Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, we can introduce the witnesses and admit their reports and affidavits to the record and rely on those if you'd like, or we can go through the questions.
No, let's do that. Let's just get them on the record.
Okay. Mr. Alt, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Jason Olt, O-L-T. My address is 2447 North Jansen Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
You are the president of Bucksbaum Properties, the parent company of the applicant LaSalle LLC, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we submitted an affidavit on your behalf in connection with this application, correct?
That's correct.
And if called to testify here today, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit submitted in this case?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Behrens, could you please state your, the next witness will be Ms. Behrens. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Marina Barones, Berones,
RRONES.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And you are the licensed architect for the proposed development in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And we have submitted an affidavit in connection with this application on your behalf?
Yes.
And if called to testify here today, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit that was submitted in this case?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Our next witness will be Lue Abuna. Mr. Abuna, could you please state your name and address for the record, please?
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Abuna.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, several times.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Again, for the record, my name is Lue Abuna. I'm a principal with KLOA. Address is 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
And Mr. Abuna, you're a licensed engineer in the field of traffic engineering, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have been recognized many times by this board as an expert in the field of traffic engineering, true?
I have.
I'd respectfully ask the board to recognize Mr. Abuna as an expert witness in the field of traffic engineering.
We do.
Mr. Abuna, you have prepared and we have submitted on your behalf a TOD transportation study in connection with this application, is that correct?
Yes.
And does your TOD transportation study indicate that the proposed development complies with all the applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance for the granting of the TSL parking reduction in this case?
It does.
Thank you very much. And if called upon to testify here today, your testimony would be consistent with your TOD transportation study submitted in this case, would it not?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Our next witness will be Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Terrence O'Brien. I maintain offices at 7383 North Lincoln Avenue in Lincolnwood.
Mr. O'Brien, you are still under oath and we still recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, you have prepared a written report in connection with the application in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we've submitted that report on your behalf. Does your report demonstrate that all the applicable criteria for granting the requested special use permits and variations have been met by the applicant in this case?
Yes, they do.
And if called to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with your written report that was submitted in this case?
Yes, sir.
Chairman and the board, that's all the questions and our witnesses that we have. We stand ready to answer any questions that you may have and would ask for your favorable recommendation or approval, actually.
Counselor, can you, part of this I think might be repetitious, but you mentioned that the dwelling units are furnished and what did you say you're going to have a loading zone?
Yes, so on Chicago Avenue near the alley, they're going to be applying for a loading zone to do the loading there so they don't have to park, so trucks for the limited amount of time that they would need to move in so they wouldn't be blocking the alley.
And is that the same space that would be used for the retail?
Yeah, well, yes, it would be for either for retail or for the residential component.
Got it. And so can you just flesh out a little bit for me how you're handling that loading for the retail space and why that wouldn't be why that will suffice to not create any traffic issues, et cetera?
I can ask Mr. Alt, he'll be the operator, and to answer that question if you can.
It's a very limited amount of retail. The space is about 1,000 feet, so we don't anticipate a lot of need for, or at least a lot of time in that loading zone or large trucks.
Got it. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Garcia. Could you talk a little bit, you mentioned it's a co-living space. Could you talk a little bit more about how that works and what that leasing process looks like?
Sure. Go ahead, Jason. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to say, first of all, there's 28 units. They all have all four bedroom units. And I believe, and I'll let Mr. Alt answer the question, but they'll be leasing out each unit, but they could lease out each bedroom as well within the unit. But Jason, if you could follow up on that, please.
Yeah, that's correct. The bedrooms will in all likelihood be leased individually, and the leasing will be handled by our management company, which is Common, who operates several other buildings in the city.
Okay. And you're thinking typical lease would be 1 year, or it's shorter term? I'm just thinking about coming and going and moving in and out and how that would work.
Sure. You know, they do offer shorter terms, and that's our plan as well. But the goal is certainly to have longer term tenants closer to a year. A year is our preference. And yes, even if it is shorter term, there will be some coming and going. But as Chris mentioned earlier, they are furnished units. So the move in and move outs are very limited. It's clothes, it's suitcases and duffel bags. It's not couches and other heavy furniture.
Okay, and then in the documents you talk about 400 parking spaces nearby. Do you have a sense of how many of those are currently utilized versus not utilized day to day?
I'll let our traffic engineer speak to that, but those are public parking spaces, so they're available on first come, first serve is my understanding. But Lou, if you can address that as well.
Yeah, that's correct, Chris. Those are public parking spaces, and for transient, hourly, and whatnot. So while we don't have specific information on their availability, given the amount of parking that is available at those different facilities and the limited amount of parking that this project would generate, it's our conclusion that there is adequate parking.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, so it sounds like this is group living in the same fashion essentially that we heard down on State Street. Do you not need a separate special use for that?
No, I believe the one on State Street had units on the ground floor. We don't have any units on the ground floor. All of our units are above the ground floor.
But you don't need a special use just to do that sort of, what do we call it, group co-living?
No, no, you do not.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. I apologize. That wasn't the denial that was issued for this case.
Steve, so let me just recognize Mr. Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development.
Yeah, Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. I did not know until right now that this was a co-living facility. Group
Steve,
living.
Sorry. You
Yes.
swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So what the zoning code calls out is group living, except is more specifically regulated. So group living is a special use unless it's more specifically regulated, like assisted living, which is a permitted use in the D districts. So I don't know how it was missed or if it was not brought up, but we've had several of these, especially in the downtown area, and they've all had to either come in for a special use. Some of them have had to go back and amend their plan developments to allow for the group living aspect of it. It does change the way the units are used, and it almost creates more units in the building, really. But it does change how the impact of the residential building. So it does need a new special. It does need a special use.
Mr.
We would have to change our recommendation if we're not going to go forward with the special use. And we can't approve we won't be able to approve the building permits either.
Let me ask you this. We don't have, this wouldn't be a co-living, I guess, situation where there would be more than 4 unrelated people. I don't know if that changes the definition of the co-living under the code. I wasn't aware that that was needed for dwelling units that had 4 bedrooms.
It is needed for the way it's needed for the way you're going to operate. And so it is not a household then. I mean, you are operating as a group living or a co-living facility. So it operates differently. The building department's going to look at it differently. And we've been discussing this over the last couple of years now with building department and licensing. and the fire department because this is something new that's coming on. But that is exactly why there were two special uses for the previous use down on State Street. One was for the co-living and one was for the ground floor residential. So I don't know how this was missed or if it was even brought up at the time of the permit application, but it needs a special use for the group living.
Is Mr. Valenziano, is that group living special use in the code? Was the ordinance changed?
It has been that way since 2004. The co-living has come on more recently, but it falls under the same category as like dorms. Dorms are not listed in the code specifically, but they're a group living type that then is not specifically regulated. So again, it does require a special use.
Under what code section, just so I can review it to
Under
make sure that
section 17-4-0207B.
Mr. Valenziano, from the department's perspective, is there any reason not to proceed with today's applications and let them come back for a separate special use?
They can go forward with today's, yes, they can go forward with today's applications, but the building permit will not be issued until they get the other special use.
Okay, Counselor, is that how you want to proceed? We'll keep going with today's.
yes, I want to get that approved, yes.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We will take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 26420Z and 26520Z. This is for 2115 West Evergreen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, Council.
Tyler Manick for the record. I'm joined by witnesses Brad Suster, the applicant, and John Joyce, the architect. If I may proceed.
Please.
The applicant seeks variations to reduce the required rear setback from 42 feet to 28 feet, to reduce the east side setback from 4.16 feet to 3.04 feet for a total side yard setback from 10.4 feet to 7.2 feet, and to relocate the required rear yard open space of 507 square feet onto the roof deck of the proposed garage. The variations are required in order to build an addition onto the applicant's residence in order to accommodate the living requirements of their family and address limitations imposed upon their residents by the Wicker Park Landmark District. For the past 20 years, the applicants have expended substantial amounts of money to upkeep this property consistently with the requirements of the Wicker Park Landmark District. However, the historical Victorian floor plans are not well suited for the needs of a modern family. In order to preserve the Victorian aspect of the property, but provide for their family's needs, the applicants require these variations, which are made necessary by the limitations imposed upon the property by the Wicker Park Landmark District that create the hardship on the applicants and prevent them from utilizing other aspects of their lot to build the addition and conform with the Chicago zoning ordinance. But for the Wicker Park Landmark District, the applicants could build an addition that would accommodate their family needs, just like other property owners who could achieve a similar build addition on similarly configured lots with similar zoning, but not in a Wicker Park Landmark District. Prior to this hearing, the applicant did present these plans to the Chicago Landmarks Department Permit Review Committee, which unanimously supported this design. The applicant also met with Alderman Hopkins, the Wicker Park Community Group, and each of the adjacent neighbors, and support letters have been provided to the board for each of these individuals and groups. At this time, I would like to call my witnesses.
Yep, let's get them on the record.
Mr. Suster, can you please state your name and your address for the record?
Sure. My name is Brad Suster, and the address is 2115 West Evergreen Avenue.
And
you
sorry, Council, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Do you reside at this property?
I do.
And did you execute an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
Yes.
And is the testimony you provided in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt the testimony you provided in the affidavit as your testimony here today?
I do.
Unless this board has any questions for Mr. Suster, I will move on to Mr. Joyce.
Keep going.
Mr. Joyce, please state your name and address for the record.
John Joyce, 2101 West Evergreen Avenue.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
And you prepared the plan subject to this application?
Yes, I did.
And you're an architect licensed with the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
And did you execute an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
Yes, I did.
And is the testimony you provide in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provided in that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions from Mr. Joyce, and we'd be happy to answer any questions of the board.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
We're going to go next to 26620S. And while we're getting set up, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends denial of the proposed religious assembly use on the ground floor of an existing 6-story building. This proposed use is not appropriate in this location as it does not provide an active ground floor use. If approved, this use would result in the disruption of the active commercial streetscape that exists along this stretch of Western Avenue. The department would support this religious assembly use on the site only if it was located on the 2nd floor or above. And Counselor, when you're ready.
Yes.
Counselor, why don't you present your case, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Valenziano from the department to explain their reasons for their recommended denial.
Yes. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick. I'm the attorney for Barry Memorial United Methodist Church. The Barry Memorial United Methodist Church is a religious congregation that has been serving the Lincoln Square community for over 100 years. They have most recently been operating at 4754 North Leavitt, approximately half a mile away. However, this location became too large for the congregation's needs, and they would like to relocate their use to 4742 Northwestern, a better suited location. 4742 is a multi-story building where several assembly uses and event spaces currently operate, including a community center, cultural center, museum, library, and wedding event space. The applicant will primarily utilize the space on Sundays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. when they'll expect 20 to 25 of their total 30 congregation members to attend services. For the remaining times, the space will be used as office space for the applicant's pastor and administrator. Otherwise, the applicant will use the space on occasional evenings for Bible study and religious education classes. While no parking is required for this use, as it is located at a transit served location, the applicant will have 50 parking spaces available for services and evening educational courses. The proposed space has sat vacant for several years. The last use of space was for a restaurant, which operated for many years there and was a much more intense use and which did not create an adverse effect on the community. The applicant has met with the local community groups and Alderman Vasquez who are supportive of this application. At this time, I can call the witnesses.
Yeah, and Counselor, can you just, you may have said it, where are they moving from? How close was it?
Half a mile away, 4754 North Leavitt.
Got it. Okay. And yeah, let's hear from your witnesses.
Ms. Mervin, are you available?
I am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jean Mervine, 2525 West Pensacola in Chicago.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And what is your relationship with the applicant?
I am the administrative chair of the administrative council.
And what are your duties and responsibilities for the applicant?
I'm administrative chair, so I'm a volunteer person, member of the church, helping identify new locations for our church, lead the committee, lead our staff parish committee, any kind of building stuff that happens at our church, any kind of worship decisions, those kind of things.
And did you submit an affidavit to this? Did you execute an affidavit that's submitted with your findings of fact?
Yes.
Was that testimony true and accurate?
Yes.
And do you adopt that testimony you put in your affidavit as your testimony here today?
I do.
And how long has Berry Memorial been established?
Over 100 years.
And has it been operating substantially the same for that period of time?
In that space, 4754 North Levitt, yes, that's where it's been.
And how many members are in the congregation?
Members, probably about 30.
And your members reside in the Lincoln Square community?
Yes.
And what attracted Berry Memorial to this particular space?
Primarily the foot traffic. We've been a part of Lincoln Square for the 100 years and part of that community, and really want to make a difference in this community. We've done a lot of space sharing in our big building, and we wanted to be able to make a difference in the community where we're at, where we would be moving to.
And how does Berry Memorial plan to use this space?
Primarily for worship on Sundays. We are known for being a space sharer, so would certainly offer it up to community groups, arts, theater kind of thing, working with Donk House, which we're on the first floor of, to really help them thrive.
And did you meet with, and how long has this space been vacant? Are you aware?
I don't know. I don't even recall the restaurant that was in there before, so.
And prior to this hearing, did you meet with local community groups?
We did. There were 2 different Lincoln Square community groups that we met with, as well as the Alderman's office.
And which groups were those?
Lincoln Square Commerce, Chamber of Commerce was one. I don't have the other name right in front of me.
And were they supportive?
They were, because the Lincoln Square Farmers Market we participated in. We're definitely a part of that, so yes.
Unless this board has any questions for Ms. Mervine, I would move to Mr. Wolin.
All right, you said you're a volunteer of the church?
Yes.
Are you, so presumably you're not an employee of the church?
Correct. I'm a member.
A member. Are you on its board, maybe? I'm trying to, you are on the board of the church?
Yes, I'm the chairman of the board.
Chairman of the board of the church. Okay, and so you have authority to speak for and bind the church?
Yes.
Okay. Then go ahead, Counselor.
Mr. Wolin, are you available?
I am.
Can you state your name and address?
My name is Mike Wolin. I'm an MAI appraiser, Illinois State Certified General Appraiser. My mailing address, 5 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
And you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
We recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Counselor.
Mr. Wolin, did you execute an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
I did.
And is the testimony you provided in that affidavit true and correct?
It is.
And do you adopt the testimony you put in that affidavit as your testimony here today?
I do.
Did you prepare a report that was submitted with the findings of fact?
I did.
And is the statements made in that report true and correct?
To the best of my knowledge, they are.
And do you adopt the statements you made in that report
Each of them.
as your testimony here today?
I do.
And you were retained by the applicant to review the proposed special use proposal, correct?
I did. I was.
And could you please summarize the conclusions of that report?
Well, I could start by saying the site is improved with a 5 and part 6-story building. One of my initial concerns were parking, but the church indicated that they're entering into they have a lease with the nearby Fifth Third Bank just on the corner of Lawrence and Western Avenue. So the parking should not be an issue. The former tenant was on a short-term month-to-month tenancy who has vacated the space now. My assignment was to determine whether the proposed use would have an impact to the surrounding uses. The immediate area is densely populated with business, retail, service uses along each of the major thoroughfares in the area, including Lawrence, Western, and radiating secondary streets are generally improved with lower density residential uses. On our street itself, the southwest intersection of Lawrence and Western Mattress Firm, the northeast corner is improved with a Walgreens, the northwest corner is improved with Fifth Third Bank, which is where we are going to have our Sunday parking if needed. As previously pointed out by council, we are in a TOD location. The church expects to have multiple congregants, churchgoers walking or divvy biking or public transportation. In terms of nearby churches, there are several nearby churches in the area as I've identified in our report. There's the St. Matthias Church, it's 2 blocks northeast. There's our church, existing church, which council pointed out at 4754 Levitt, half a mile east. Luther Memorial Church at 2500 West Wilson, which is about 0.3 miles southwest. Community Christian Church, 2 blocks north, and Lincoln Square Presbyterian Church, about 0.4 miles southwest. When I met with the applicant, it was their intention to always incorporate the design of the unit within the building itself. They don't plan on changing the outside in any way. They want to incorporate the unit to mix with the neighborhood in its totality. In my mind, it will not have a significant adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood. Council, if you want me to go through the standards, I can. I've incorporated them in the report. I don't know if Mr. Chairman wants me to.
Well, why don't you conclude, does the special use application satisfy the criteria for a special use in the, as stipulated in the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Based on my understanding, interpretation of section 17130905A, I do believe it complies with the criteria set forth in the standards within the zoning ordinance.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Wolin?
Any questions from the board?
I'm sorry, I did have a question for Ms. Mervine, if that's all right at this time, or I can come back later. This is Zurich Esposito. What church operations are currently taking place at this location, 4742 Northwestern?
None. We sold our church building, and so right now, because of COVID, we're doing Zoom meeting. We're doing Zoom for church services, and then we rented a small office space over at Ravenswood United Methodist Church just for offices, just to have a locale to print checks and write checks and do that kind of thing. So that's our locale technically, but we do have our address currently with, at 4742 Northwestern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor, unless you have anything else, I'm going to jump to Mr. Valenziano and hear the department's reasoning.
No.
Go ahead, Mr. Valenziano, and yours.
Okay. Yes, Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. The department generally does not support religious assembly facilities at intersections like this, where we have, the heart of Lincoln Square at Lincoln and Western. There's a lot of foot traffic here. There's a high concentration of existing stores and restaurants, and we believe that that is what is necessary to keep the entire business hub, this district, successful, is to have a higher foot count of foot traffic, especially at the ground floor, active uses on the ground floor, churches also have an additional impact with on liquor licenses in the existing building or within the near immediate area where you're prevented from getting a liquor license. There are many restaurants and taverns in this area. So again, we would prefer to see the ground floor be an active use that takes advantage of the foot traffic and the pedestrian nature of this area.
Any questions from the board of Mr. Valenziano?
Can you talk a little, this is Commissioner Garcia, can you talk a little bit about that impact on liquor licenses? How would that work? How would it impact businesses and restaurants in the area currently and then going forward?
If there were currently, it would not have an impact unless somebody let their license lapse, which is rare, but it would have an impact on new liquor licenses if they're within 100 feet of the religious assembly use. So where they would not be able to get it without an exception. So that's one of the issues. I mean, you can get an exception to that prohibition. But the larger issue is having a very low user type use. I mean, there's not a lot of use. I mean, this is used on Sundays, and the rest of the time it sits basically vacant, and it doesn't lend itself to a continuous pattern of pedestrian traffic down the street going in and out of shops, bars, and restaurants.
Going back to the liquor license, if that applies no matter what, if it's on the first floor, second floor, that's just in general within 100 feet, you said?
Yes.
That there's an additional requirement that people would have to get
Yes.
additional to get a liquor license. Okay. And then the larger concern, to your point, is wanting to make sure that first floor retail spaces are vibrant and kind of continuing that energy in the neighborhood is the secondary, is the major concern for DPD.
That is a major concern, especially at an intersection like this where you have, a lot of businesses, a high concentration of businesses, and stores and storefronts, and it's kind of a continuous pattern down the street. So yes, that's the biggest thing, is to have an active ground floor use.
Counselor, do you want to respond to that, or have the applicant or your
Yes. Ms. Mervine, are you available?
I am.
From Monday through Saturday, this space will be used as an office for the staff, correct? And the pastor?
Correct, and any other space shares that we would potentially, hopefully get.
And you'd also have educational and Bible study courses throughout the week there as well.
And meetings and small groups, yes.
So this use will have regular use 7 days a week, correct?
It should, yes.
And there'll be people in and out of the space 7 days a week.
Yeah, we have a full-time pastor, and his office is located there.
And of your congregation, the vast majority of the members of your congregation live in the Lincoln Square area, correct?
Yes.
And they'll be regularly using this space 7 days a week, correct?
They should be, yeah, because we have people coming in and out to, again, do the finances, do the bulletin, do announcements, do the website, pastor doing counseling, small group Bible studies, music groups. We have a band in our congregation, so they'll be practicing.
And so this property won't be sitting vacant any day of the week. It'll be continually used, correct?
Yes. And
could you go through some of the other uses that are in this building?
In Dunkhouse's building?
Yeah.
So it's 6 stories, and so I know there's a German mug museum. There's a rooftop I know that has different parties and whatnot at it. They do have various meeting rooms, office rooms, party rooms that they do rent out for various things. There's also, I believe, still the German-American school to teach German.
So there is a school use located at this premises too.
I believe so. I believe it's still there.
Is the use for the offices and the your own classes, et cetera, that you had mentioned is entirely presumably contained within the roughly 30 members?
Yes. Well, hopefully more than that, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to be in such an open space. Our building was very, very old, and when somebody walked in, they saw the old building before they got to know us. And so they see very old building, you know, bathroom's not in great shape. This space is beautiful, and we really hope to convert it into a beautiful sanctuary and meeting space and really be a welcoming place in this community.
And would you have any objection to any liquor licenses applied for in the area?
We wouldn't.
So if Berry Memorial's asked for consent for them, you'd be willing to provide it?
Yes.
I'm a Cynthia Rachel. You spoke about sharing space. Can you talk about what type of group or organization you share space with and how often?
So our building was huge, and so the biggest space share was Montessori School. They're the folks that actually bought our church building, so they're expanding. We had everything from a ping pong table tennis that was there probably for 15 years using our gym. We had music groups that would practice in our space. We had a reed maker, a guy who makes reeds for musical instruments, renting space from us.
Okay, thank you.
Do you foresee any of those individuals coming to the new space?
Table tennis, no, because we're too small. They're going to probably stay at Montessori School. We have only a few offices in this new space. I'd see it primarily for like music and arts, because our sanctuary is going to have a movable altar and stage. And we're going to be small. We're only going to be seating 54 people. So our hope is that we, in the few years that we're there, that we grow big enough to move, right? I want to grow. I want to be bigger. But we're improving this space so that it could be used by someone else.
For the Mr. Wolin, can you talk a little bit about what the other ground floor retail spaces are on this?
Sure can. Immediately south of us, there's a Dollar Plus. Immediately north of us, there's a Takora sushi restaurant. As you can see on the cover page of our report, the building next to us to the north and south is our one-story commercial buildings. And going north, up to the corner, there's a mattress store that's a two-story building which fronts Western and Lawrence Avenue. We've got bank facility across the street with a large parking lot. We've got mixed uses, ground floor commercial. We are surrounded by commercial on ground floor.
Any other questions? Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Wolin.
Also on the first floor, just for record, there's a Becker Medical Supply and Athenian Shoe Imports as tenants in the existing building. We have a Walgreens, we have the Fifth Third, all commercial right in our pocket.
Wait, you mean in the subject property on the ground floor?
In the subject property, we have a Becker Medical and the Athenian Shoe.
Got it. So there's 3 essentially ground floor spaces.
Yes,
And this would
yes. And we're the furthest away from the corner intersection. We're the furthest south location.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Counselor, anything else you want to add on your end?
No.
Okay, thank you. We will take it under consideration. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 11:20 a.m.
Whoever signed in is just Paul. Can you tell me what case you're here for? You have to unmute your mic.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you tell me which case you're here for?
2716 South Emerald.
Okay, and your name?
This is Denisa, but I'm here with Paul Colpan.
Oh, Denisa. Okay. I have Paul signed in on 2. So is this the one he's going to be using? I have him signed in twice.
Yeah, I'm monitoring it on my computer and he's here on his. So when he starts, I'll turn it off.
No, you don't have to turn it off. Let me just rename it so I know that it's you and not him.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Victor. Be well. Yep.
What would be asking them?
I don't know. Because we're signed in twice.
Peter Sterniak, get a question?
Yes, Victor. I just wanted to log in and make sure that you can hear me. I'm with Paul on Emerald.
Yep, I got you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. You had a question, Jack?
Sure. We have asked everyone to log on and get back in as suggested. Can we get back to the front of the agenda?
I'll send the chairman a message and let him know that you guys are ready.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I would assume that they heard us okay that time.
Victor, can you please put the case number in front of Denisa's name and Mr. Lawler's name? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll put him back in.
Victor, are you available?
Yes.
Oh, this is Nick. I was just making sure I was still connected. Okay, great.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, I'm just waiting. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Should I do share screen?
You sharing your screen or someone else sharing it?
I don't know. I'm not telling you what to do.
Okay, we are going to reconvene. I move that we reconvene this session of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Saul seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Saul. Commissioner Esposito.
Here.
Commissioner Toya. Missing Commissioner Toya. Otherwise, we are back in session. We're going to start with 26020S. This is for 6509 South State Street. And I've already read the department's recommendation. And
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Lawler. Can you hear me better now?
I can, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, again, it's Jack Lawler.
Counselor, before you proceed, let me just confirm with our court reporter that you're back and you're live and you're set.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here. We're good.
Perfect. Okay. Then go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Jack Lawler of the Denton's Law Firm at 233 South Wacker Drive in Chicago, representing the applicant. This is the application of People's Gaslight and Co. Company to construct an approximately 155 space paved and landscape surface parking facility at 6509 South State, which has been long vacant and located in an M1-2 zoning district to serve as non-required accessory parking for People's redevelopment and expansion of its South Shop facility, which you can see on that slide across the street at 38 West 64th Street. That's a separate parcel located within 600 feet of the subject property or less. Now, People's South Shop provides operational support for People's natural gas distribution facilities located within the southern portion of the city of Chicago. People's has filed a plan development application in support of its effort to renovate and expand South Shop, and I'm happy to report that yesterday the Chicago Plan Commission unanimously approved that application. Thus far, with respect to both this proceeding and South Shop that are
You're breaking up again.
I'll slow down and see if that helps. Yesterday,
No,
the plan.
let me, do you,
We have a workaround, Mr. Chairman. There's another lawyer on the line, perhaps a better connection, which can establish that our three witnesses are prepared to stand by their evidence in the court.
This is tech support. I think you have another microphone open. Either it's a phone or some other mic.
Is it better now?
try it again.
Is this better now?
Yes.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work again, we'll switch to your other attorney.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, no third parties have filed or registered their opposition to either this case or yesterday's case, for that matter, before the Plan Commission regarding the principal use. I have three principal witnesses in support of the application. They are Eric Forrest, the project manager with the Epstein Company, and then two expert witnesses, Luea Buna, who you know of the KLOA traffic consulting firm, and appraiser Terrence O'Brien, who you also know as well. What I would like to do, if it's okay with you, is to have them attest to their prior affidavits and reports. If you would like to hear further testimony or ask them questions, they're available. A number of other people's representatives are on the line in case we need them as well.
So of the list that I have, is Mr. Weber the only actual People's employee?
No, there are quite a few. Walter Gore, supply diversity manager, may be with us. Alan Weller is facilities construction manager with People's Gas.
Counselor, you're breaking up again. You're breaking up again. Why don't we switch to your associate?
Amy?
I can hear you.
Yes.
You're breaking up. Oh, that's Amy's here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Barza, Chairman?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do have Eric Fors from PGL and Luea Buna, and we have Terrence O'Brien.
Can you clarify for me who is actually with People's Gas and who is a contractor?
Oh, Alan Weber is with People's Gas. He provided an affidavit, and we have Walter Gore available for questions.
Okay, I would like to get then Mr. Weber on the record as well, and we can do Mr. Fors, your two expert witnesses, and Mr. Weber.
Good morning. This is Alan Weber. I'm on the line.
Great. Counselor, who do you want to start with?
We'll start with Alan Weber. Can I read an intro?
Sure.
Okay. My name is Amy Degnan. I'm with Daly and George's, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant People's Gas to construct and maintain an approximately 155 space paved and landscaped surface parking facility, long vacant, to serve as non-required accessory parking for People's Gas redevelopment and expansion of its century-old South Shop operations facility at 38 West 64th Street, which is a separate parcel located within 600 feet of the subject property. People's and the fee owner of the subject property have entered into a lease and an option to purchase the subject property. People's South Shop provides an operational support for People's natural gas distribution facilities located within the southern portion of the city of Chicago. People has filed a plan development application in support of the efforts to renovate and expand the South Shop. I'm happy to report that the Chicago Plan Commission recommended approval of this plan development application at its public hearing yesterday, August 20th. We'll start with Alan Weber with People's Gas. Alan, could you spell your last name?
Yes, my last name is spelled W-E-B-E-R.
And Mr. Weber, do you swear
And can you
affirm to tell the
explain?
truth in this? Sorry, Counselor, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. And Alan, can you describe your position with People's Gas?
My title is Facility Construction Manager. Basically, my responsibility is to oversee our Facilities of the Future program.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the area of the subject property?
I am.
And this will be parking for employees at the South Shop. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's within 600 feet of the existing plan development. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we have no known objectors, and People's Gas has not been made aware of any objectors to this project. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
So is everything in what we described initially correct?
Yes.
And if you were called upon to testify further in support of the affidavit that we submitted with the findings of fact to the Zoning Board of Appeals, would your testimony be in alliance with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Chairman, we'd like to call our next witness.
Please proceed.
We'd like to call Mr. Terrence O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
We recognize your expertise, and I will just say for the record, we continue to recognize Mr. Abuna's expertise as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. O'Brien, can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Terrence O'Brien, O''B''R''I''E''N.
And what is your business address?
7383 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois.
And you submitted your resume is accurate and you're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, and the application in this case?
That's correct, yes.
You prepared a written report on the property and the proposed uses and accurately presents your professional opinions. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your report analyzes the approval criteria for special use and concludes that the proposed operations will meet those criteria. Is that correct?
That is correct. I addressed the various criteria. I also described the property, the zoning, and so on and so forth.
And if called to testify further, your testimony would be in accordance with that report. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we'd next like to call Louis Abuna.
Please do. Mr. Abuna, you are still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Abuna, can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Louis Abuna, last name is spelled A-B-O-O-N-A.
And what is your business address?
9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont, Illinois.
Thank you. And you submitted your resume and it's accurate and you're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, and the application in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
You prepared a written report on the property and the proposed uses, and it accurately represents your professional opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if called upon but to testify further, you would testify in accordance with that report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Chairman, as Mr. Lawler had stated, we have multiple people from People's Gas and FH Passion that can answer further questions from the board if necessary, as well as Epstein Architects.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We will take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. I'm going to just point out for our record that Commissioner Toya is present and has joined some time ago. So we're going to go to 26720S for 3633 West Lawrence. I will read the department's recommendation while everybody's getting set up. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed pawn shop, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 3633 West Lawrence, Inc. Looks like we're missing the count for that one, so we're going to keep going. Next up is 26820Z.
Chairman, someone just joined instead of Mr. Dean Maragos for 267. I don't know if it's for this case. You're on. Jolene.
Say that one more time.
Okay. I don't know, is Jolene Saul for this case, the attorney, or if, I don't know if they have
She's our commissioner. We just lost one of our commissioners. All right, we're going to move forward to 26820Z at 2902 West Morse Avenue. Commissioner Saul, would you like to present that case for us?
Yeah.
26820Z, 2902 West Morse Avenue. Counselor, when you're ready, take it away. But you do need to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Let's see. Oh,
We can hear you now, Counselor.
you can't hear me now?
We can, yep, you're live.
Oh, thank you. My name for the record is Thomas S. Moore, and hopefully with me are Mr. and Mrs. Sayer, Esther and Harry. And this is a request for a single family home on a corner lot at this address at the corner of Francisco and Morris. The request is to allow an extra 10% FAR. Only R1 and R2 allows that. As you know, in the lower residential zonings, you have more land and less house, and as you go up, you have more building and less land. So in the R1 and R2, they allow this board in certain circumstances to grant the extra 10%. And in this case, it's 3 lots make up the one zoning lot, but each of the 3 lots is a little bit short and a little bit thin. And so the net is that we need the extra 10%. As I said, it's a single family house on a corner lot. The people going to live there are the mom and the dad and their 6 children, including 3 9-year-old triplets and the dad's parents. So the plan is that in the basement, the dad's parents will have a little suite. The main floor will be the common area, if you will, for the kids to study, and the kitchen and the dining room, and everyone will be together. The second floor will have all the kids' basements, all the kids' bedrooms, and the third floor would have a little getaway place for the parents. So I would ask Harry, are you here, Harry Fair? So also, the picture up that you see now is the existing house, and incidentally, the proposed house will be a smaller footprint than that. And the 0.75 FAR will be in the same footprint that a 0.65 FAR will be, but it will allow the third floor to have this little getaway suite for the parents, which will be behind a mansard roof. So, and we have in the hearing exhibits pictures from around the neighborhood, and if you compare it to the architect's elevation, it fits right in. It will look like just all the other houses in the neighborhood. Harry, are you here?
I am.
So will you tell the board just very briefly about your family and why you need this?
Before you do that, do you both swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Harry, will you just briefly tell the board who you are and who's there with you and why you need this variance?
Sure. My name is Mayor. I'm sitting here with my wife, Esty. And what we're trying to do is build a house for our family. As Tom mentioned a few minutes ago, we have a very large and active family with an 11-year-old daughter, 9-year-old triplet boys, 6-year-old boy, and 2-year-old daughter. I also have parents that are getting older that have been we're considering at one point moving into looking to buy a condo or something to downsize, but with COVID coming out, not comfortable living in such a public shared residence anymore. So, we always had in mind that when they got older, we would have a space for them. We didn't realize how soon that would be actionable, but it certainly is actionable now. Things are a little tight right now in our house, and I can tell you that, wife doesn't like me talking about her, especially in front of her, but with what she does day over day in terms of taking care of our family, it's a lot. And, the idea that we can have our own place at night to kind of, temporarily take a few minutes to breathe before all the action starts up again in the morning was something that was very important to us and that we were very excited about to have that opportunity to do it.
Okay, and Harry, you and your wife talked to the neighbors, including Esther went and talked to the convent next door, and they were very welcoming and supportive. Is that right?
Yeah, they were super nice, and they said they had no problem.
Okay, and you also have talked to the house directly across the street on Francisco, and the house directly across the street on Morris, and the house kitty corner across at the other kitty corner on the intersection, and each of them was welcoming and had no objection as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you and I worked out a little affidavit where you went through all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant this requested variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have Rafi? Is Rafi here?
Yes, it looks like. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yeah. So Rafi, you're an architect, is that right?
Correct.
And you designed this.
All right, Counselor, 2 seconds. Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
And you designed this house to allow this family who, for cultural and religious reasons, wants to have 3 generations living in the same house. You designed it in such a way to conform to all of the laws and ordinances of the city of Chicago. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
But in order to make the house to meet the needs of the family, you need a little bit, 10% extra FAR, which in an R2 this board has the right to give us. Is that right?
Correct.
And the house itself will be in the same footprint as a 0.65 FAR would be, and the extra area really is behind the mansard roof. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And it'll really fit in and look just like all the other houses in the neighborhood, just like your rendering that you've made of it and the pictures that have been presented as well. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with the affidavit that you and I prepared addressing each of the criteria necessary for this board to grant the relief requested. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's basically our case. We're certainly available for additional questions.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go to 27020S. This is at 2428 North Lincoln Avenue.
Woo!
I'm going to read the department's recommendation while we're getting everybody settled. Again, this is 27020S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed bank on the ground floor of an existing 3-story mixed-use building located on a pedestrian street, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Bank of America N.A., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 3rd, 2019, prepared by Gensler. Counselor, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Andrew Scott with the Law Offices of Dykema Gossett. Here with me today, or should be today, are Michael Lovesey, he's the Senior Vice President of the Bank of America, Jim Gorski from Gensler, who's the project architect, and then finally Peter Poulos with the Metron Group, our project appraiser. As was mentioned, the property here is at 2428 North Lincoln Avenue. The proposal is to construct a approximately 2,170 square foot bank facility on the first floor. I would note you can see in the picture here the for lease sign. This is actually, the property's been vacant for about over a year, so it's a good opportunity to reactivate the subject property. As you also noted, Mr. Chairman, this is on a pedestrian street, and because that there is a Chase and a Fifth Third Bank about 400 feet to the south of the intersection of Lincoln and Fullerton, it necessitates a special use. We have spoken with the Alderman's office. My understanding is that there's been an expression of support or no opposition for the proposal here. We haven't heard any objections from the community and are available to answer any questions unless you'd like me to call my witnesses.
Yeah, let's just get your witnesses on the record. I'd like to move through these next few ones regarding all your banks pretty quickly.
Okay. Do you want to just do everybody, swearing everybody together, or?
No, I'll do them individually for our co-reporter.
Okay.
So why don't you introduce them? I'll swear them, and then you can just get them on record with their affidavit.
Okay. So calling first, Michael Lovesey, Senior Vice President of Bank of America, Jim Gorski from Gensler, and Peter Poulos from the Metron Group.
Mr. Lovesey, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
And Mr. Gorski?
Yes.
Swear to tell or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
And Mr. Poulos, you are still under oath and we still recognize your expertise.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lovesey, I prepared an affidavit of testimony regarding this matter on your behalf, and you've reviewed it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if called upon to testify today, would you testify substantially in accordance with what was set forth in that affidavit of testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gorski, same questions. I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf regarding the proposal before the board today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if called upon to testify today, would you testify substantially in accordance with what is set forth in that affidavit of testimony that was just referenced?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Poulos, same questions. I prepared an affidavit of testimony regarding the matter that's before the board today. You've reviewed that. Affidavit of testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if called upon to testify today, you would testify substantially in accordance with what's set forth in that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have nothing further. Happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Any questions from the board?
I have a quick question. This is Jolene Saul. In your materials, you say there isn't a bank branch in this area that has this level of service. Can you just briefly describe what you mean by that?
Michael, are you able to talk to sort of the different Bank of America branches that are, I'm going to say when I looked around within a mile or two, or would you like me to speak to that?
I am happy to speak to that. Yeah, so what that is referencing is the type of financial institution that this is it's kind of a moderate touch, high visibility, in the sense of it's customers can come in there and they can speak to an associate, or they can actually speak to a various specialists through video conferencing. So it gives them the convenience of speaking to many experts, depending on their financial need, quickly, because it's accessible through the video conferencing. But there will also be associates to help direct those customers depending on their needs.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the board?
So are there tellers, or is it mainly just consultation with associates, or how does that work at this location?
Yeah, absolutely. So there will not be tellers. The teller type transactions will be conducted via the ATMs, but there will be the personal bankers on site to kind of help with more complex transactions and more complex financial needs.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration. I'm going to do 271, 272, and 273 all together. They're different locations, but you're attempting to do the same thing, and the special use is the same, and it's all the same witnesses. So I'm going to run through the department's recommendations, and then we'll just go through all together. And to the extent folks have questions about the different surroundings, we'll do that. So for 27120S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to alter an existing bank with drive-through facility by adding a new ATM in an existing drive-through lane, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Bank of America NA, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 8th, 2020, prepared by Interior Architects. For 27220S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to alter an existing bank with drive-through facility by adding an ATM in an existing drive-through lane, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Bank of America NA, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 11th, 2020, prepared by Interior Architects. And for 27320S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to alter an existing bank with drive-through facility by adding an ATM in an existing drive-through lane, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Bank of America NA, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 11th, 2020, prepared by Interior Architects. So, Counselor, why don't we'll do batch, and we'll identify all your witnesses and get them on the record with their affidavits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, Andrew Scott with the law offices of Dykema Gossett here on behalf of the applicant, Bank of America. With me today are Michael Lovesey, L-O-V-E-S-E-E, Senior Vice President, Bank of America, Zach Klobuchar, K-L-O-B-U-C-A-R with Interior Architects, and finally Peter Poulos, the Metron Group appraiser for the property. And Mr. Chairman, you are correct. At all three of these locations, these are existing Bank of Americas. They all have existing drive-through lanes, some of which, however, are inactive or have been inactive. And the bank wishes to reactivate a single drive-through lane at each bank to allow for a new drive-through teller. We haven't gotten any objections from any of the neighbors due to the mailing. I've not heard back from the alderman of the 29th Ward, but Alderman Taveras has, I believe, submitted a letter of no objection to both of the sites in her ward. And with that, I would like to call my witnesses unless the board has any immediate questions.
No, let's get them on the record and then we'll do questions.
Okay. First call, Michael Lovesey, Senior Vice President of Bank of America.
Mr. Lovesey, you're still under oath. Acknowledged?
Yes.
Call Zach Klobuchar with Interior Architects, the project architect at all three sites.
And Mr. Klobuchar, you're still under oath. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Perfect.
And Peter Poulos with the Metron Group.
And Mr. Poulos, you're still under oath and we still recognize your expertise. Do you assent?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Lovesey, I prepared an affidavit of testimony with respect to the project at 7225 West Belmont Avenue, 6331 South Pulaski Road, and also 6331 South Archer Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed those affidavits of testimony for those three sites?
Yes.
And if called upon to testify in each of the matters at those three sites, would you testify substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in the affidavit of testimony that I prepared for you?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Klobuchar, I also prepared affidavits of testimony for you for 7225 West Belmont Avenue, 6331 South Pulaski Road, and 6115 South Pulaski Road, and 6331 South Archer Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed those affidavits?
Yes.
And if called upon to testify today, would you testify substantially in accordance with the affidavits that I prepared for you for those three different locations, substantially in accordance with the testimony set forth in that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Poulos, the same questions. I prepared an affidavit of testimony for you for the project at 7225 West Belmont Avenue, 6115 South Pulaski Road, and 6331 South Archer Avenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've reviewed those affidavits?
Yes.
And if called upon to testify today, would you testify substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in those affidavits of testimony for these three different sites?
Yes, I would.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Can I add something real? Can I add something real quick, just for the record? Andrew, I believe with the first witness, you also did say 6331 South Pulaski without the correction. So I'm not sure if, just to keep it clean for the court report of the record, just to let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, if I could clarify that Mr. Lovesey testified as to his affidavits of testimony for 7225 West Belmont Avenue, 6115 South Pulaski Road, and 6331 South Archer Avenue.
Got it. Any questions from the board?
I have one or two. I'm not sure if there are other drive-through locations in the city, but why these three locations? I don't know if they're the only ones or if there are others.
This is Michael. I will take that question. You know, those three locations have been selected just because we've seen an increase in the volume of the existing utilization, and it is to relieve the congestion at those particular sites.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Next up is 27420Z and 27520Z. This is for 622 to 24 West Willow Street.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Andrew Scott with the Law Office of Dykema Gossett. Also with me today should also be Manny Rafa, who is a principal with Willow Howe LLC, the applicant, and also Chris Bohm, 360 Design Studio, the project architect. Mr. Chairman, I understand, I'm not quite sure of the status of whether or not we actually have formal objectors that have signed in, but depending on the circumstances, I would present both cases together since they all pertain to the same building. But if there are objectors that have been signed in, then I intend to put on both cases separately and fully question my witnesses rather than relying on the affidavits of testimony and findings of fact that we've submitted.
Let me just confirm. I see the alderman or her representative is on. So let me just, Alderman, if you can unmute yourself. Are you here in objection to this matter?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, and I don't see, well, either way, then Counselor, why don't you go ahead and present your full case?
Okay. Starting with the first matter, which is, I apologize, 274-20Z. This pertains to yard relief for the subject property and for the project. The subject property that you see before you, it's a 53-foot wide lot on Willow and then 89.5 feet deep on North Howe, approximately 4,750 square feet. As you can see, today it's improved with two multi-story residential buildings. The buildings actually cover the site almost entirely lot line to lot line. Between the buildings and the garages and the concrete area and all of these, it's almost entirely impervious surface. The subject property is zoned RM 4.5. And I think a very important point to note here with respect to the project is that the proposed development complies 100% with respect to the height of the building, the maximum height that is permitted in the RM5 district, which is actually the predominant zoning classification in the immediate area. The maximum height there is 47 feet, and we are just slightly under 47 feet. We are at or just below the maximum permitted FAR for the subject property. And in fact, we are developing 5 dwelling units instead of what would be permitted as 6. So we're actually a little bit less dense than the existing zoning classification would permit. What you're going to hear today in both of these cases are the two very unique site conditions that the developer confronts here. First, a lot depth of 89 feet, which, as everyone probably knows, is substantially less than standard lot of 125 feet deep. And then finally, another unique condition that I really haven't come across all that often, maybe it's a little more typical in the older parts of the city, but the rear alley is only 10 feet wide here rather than the standard 16-foot wide or sometimes 18-foot wide alley that you see in other parts of the city. Complicating matters within the alley in particular, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but with respect to the 2-car garage that is proposed on the western portion of the property, there is a utility pole that sits roughly right in the middle of that proposed garage. And there are extensive utility lines that come off of that. And what you're going to hear is the difficulties and the challenges of making the turn into these parking garages because of that condition, in addition to just simply the narrow width of the alley. What's being proposed here, as I mentioned before, is a 5-unit condominium building. Rooftop decks are proposed on the garages that you see to the rear of the building. In addition, we're proposing rooftop decks on top of the building. What we've also done here, and we'll get into this a little bit more based on our community discussions, is that there are over 500 square feet of permeable pavers on the east side of the property between the two buildings as well as the rear of the building. You can, I can't move my mouse, but between the two garages and also on the east side of the property, the applicant has agreed to put in permeable pavers to address stormwater and flooding concerns that have been articulated by the community group. And then again, they have agreed to, subject to the city's approval, what we have today on the Willow frontage and also on the North Howe frontage. It's almost entirely concrete there. You do have a couple of street trees that exist, but what they have said, and again, in order to address concerns raised by the community about flooding and stormwater in the area, is that they would actually cut out the concrete and they would install landscape and sod in those areas, again, to help with stormwater detention. The relief that we're seeking today is we're seeking relief from the front yard setback from the required 6.83 feet to 5.67 feet. We're asking for rear yard relief from the required 26.89 feet to 5 feet. We're asking for east side yard relief from 5 feet to 0.33 feet. And finally, on the rooftop of the building, we're seeking relief from the 20-foot required setback to 12.71 feet. You heard me reference a little while ago our community engagement. We did present to the Lincoln Central Association. Two of the main comments that we heard during the course of that meeting and during follow-up correspondence with their leadership, they had concerns about stormwater and flooding impacts. And then they had also articulated concerns about the size of the building. Even though, as I mentioned earlier, that this almost today, the entire site is covered in impervious surface, we tried to address those concerns. And what we did is we added additional square footage in terms of permeable pavers, planters on the roof deck, and also, as I had mentioned, subject to the city's approval, we're willing to landscape and sod the parkway in order to provide additional impervious surface to allow slow drainage of rainwater. And then finally, on the building side, the request that we received was to remove one floor of the building, which was not tenable. We looked at reducing floor to ceiling heights, but that at the end of the day, that wasn't sufficient to garner Lincoln Central Association's support. And so we come forward with, as I said, a building that is below the maximum permitted height under the existing zoning classification, the one that in fact has existed in this area since at least 2004. I should also mention that, you know, typically there's give and take between a community group. You try to garner their support in exchange for certain concessions. What I will point out is that my client stands by its willingness to provide the additional flood mitigation efforts that were proposed to the community group in an effort to garner their support. They'll go ahead and do with that. They think it makes the project better. They think it's the right thing to do for the neighborhood. So I would point out that that is a concession that they made in consideration of the concerns raised by the community group. Another important point to note is that we have met with our neighbor immediately across the street to the west, across Howe, and she's provided a letter of support, and she is one of the ones that's most principally potentially affected by the building. And again, our neighbor right across the street is supportive, and that should be in the package that you received. We tried to reach out to our neighbor to the west. After several attempts to communicate, we were unable to have communications with them. And then finally, I talked to our neighbor to the north across the alley, and expressed to him the nature of the development program. And while he has not submitted anything in writing, I can represent to the Zoning Board of Appeals that he did not have any objections to the proposed project once I explained to him the nature of the rear yard relief that we were seeking. Finally, I believe there's another letter of support in the package that was submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals from another neighbor in the community. Just in terms of the hardship, and again, Chris is going to review the site plan. I think it's going to be a lot better for him to go through that so you can really see with the site layout the hardships that were presented in terms of developing a building here. But very simply, the lot depth, 89.5 feet, does not permit the typical depth of to be able to accommodate a typically deep condominium building, parking garage, and the required open space, which has reasonable utility to residents of the building. Also, the alley in the rear, as I mentioned, it's 10 feet. Typically, when you do when you do a garage off the alley, the city requires you to set it back 2 feet so that cars can make the turning movement into the garage. Here, because the alley is so narrow, we had to move the garage back an additional 3 feet. So we have a total of 5 feet setback from the alley in order to be able to allow cars to make the turn into both garages that are proposed. And as I said, that the condition is further exacerbated by existing conditions in the rear alley, particularly when it comes to the west garage because of the utility pole there. But all of this, when it comes together, is that you've got more setback of the garage in the rear. You've got a very narrow, not very deep lot, and it basically just compresses the building. That makes it very, very challenging to develop viable units at this particular location. So what I'd like to do is, unless there are immediate questions from the members of the board, I'd like to call Manny Raffo as my first witness.
Before you go there, just to situate myself, the current it's 2 properties currently, right? So it's 2 parcels that you purchased and are going to combine to build the building.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was understanding how
and I'm going to go a little bit.
And I got a question too.
I
have a question too. No, this is Sam Toya. Yeah. So my question is, you mentioned that it's an 89 feet deep lot, right? And that's obviously not standard is 125. But my question is, on this street, on this block, are most of them 89 feet? Or are there ones the 125 and this is the only one that's 89?
So on this block face, so between the alley to the east of us, if we go to the site plan, I'm sorry. There may be another photo. Oh, there we go. So you can see the north-south alley. You can see where 43 is in the middle. If you head to the east, there's an alley there. So it's only on this block face. You can see all of those are short lots. I mean, I don't know that they're all 89.5, but roughly I'm going to say they're probably platted the same.
All right. I just wanted to know if this was the only one on the block that was 89.5, but basically the whole block is 89.5. If I got that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
So I'd like to call my first witness, Manny Raffo, if you want to swear him in, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Garcia, did you get your question answered?
Yes. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Then yes. So let's see, Manny Rafa, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding? You're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Raffo, you're the managing member of the applicant, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it also, it's true that the subject property can't yield a reasonable return if strict compliance with the Chicago zoning ordinance were required, is that correct?
Yes.
And as I've already testified to the board, the subject property is only 89.5 feet deep, which is substantially shorter than the standard 125-foot lot. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And an 89.5-foot lot means that the building is already much shorter than a residential building of this type on a standard 125-foot lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your building is actually about 43 feet deep, whereas if you had a standard 125-foot lot, it would be about 68 feet deep. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the relief that you've requested from the board, it's necessary for the project to yield a reasonable return. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your hard and soft costs are approximately $5.1 million estimated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And isn't it also true that the total sale proceeds would be approximately $5.4 million at best if no relief were afforded?
Yes, that's correct.
And with the relief, it does allow approximately $6 million in sale proceeds. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we were to just sort of convert that to returns on investment, which are very, very important, obviously, to people that are putting equity into projects, without the relief, the returns are approximately 6%. Is that correct?
Yes.
But with the relief, they're approximately 17%, correct?
Yes.
And also in your experience, particularly in the market today, equity investors require returns of about 15 to 20%. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So from your perspective and in your experience, it's very, very unlikely that a project with a 6% return would attract the required capital for a project of this nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And similarly, it would be very, very, very difficult to find a lender that would lend on a project with such low returns. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also purchased this property right before the start of the pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. We entered into contract, definitely a hard contract several months before.
Okay. And then since that time, in fact, lending standards have become more tight. They haven't loosened. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also, it's expected that the sales, just because of the conditions, may be slower in terms of velocity than you had originally expected. Is that correct?
Yes.
And a result of all of these factors, it's also correct that the relief is needed in part to allow for the property to generate a reasonable return. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about why the front setback and the rooftop relief are needed. It's correct that the elements of each unit are very, very compressed because of the substandard lot depth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your bedrooms are already narrower and longer in each unit, and that presents particular challenges in terms of marketing, and particularly when you're comparing it to other units that might be in the market in the area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the loss of even 1 foot, particularly when we're talking about the front yard setback, that could have a significant deleterious impact on the marketability of the units, because the master bedroom, which is on the south side of the building, would become even more compressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then also, in terms of the relief that we're seeking on the roof of the building, that's necessary because you have designed this building, or your architect has designed this building, so that the stairwells to the rooftop decks are in line, right, rather than side by side. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you can't make these common stairwells because of fire code reasons. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what you did is that you placed them side by side to be able to avoid losing substantial livable area and therefore square footage in terms of the unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in terms of the rear yard relief, you're doing this to be able to meet market demand in order to provide outdoor space and provide, you've got the pergolas on these decks above the garages to provide safety, and also just simply visual buffers from utility alley equipment. Is that correct? Did I lose you?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. And then in terms of the side yard relief, we have stairs that are going down on the east side with safety railing, which is, all of this is integrated between the building and the garage. And that's necessarily to provide easy access to fire protection and mechanical equipment below grade. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you were to internalize those stairs, again, it would be and therefore comply with the yard requirements, you would again lose livable and therefore saleable square footage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the requested relief, this is not being made just simply out of a desire to make more money on the property. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
And in fact, the relief provides greater utility, design efficiency, and consistency with the neighborhood character and fire safety. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we'd also talked about, the property is located on a substandard lot, and it's got a much narrower alley than is typically found in the city of Chicago, correct?
Correct.
And you're located in a very densely part of the city where open space is at a premium. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so really the purpose of all of this is you're trying to provide greater utility and livability for the property by providing enhanced amenities in the form of added outdoor space for proposed residents of the building, correct?
Yes.
And all of this, this effort to provide the greater, more outdoor space and utility, that's what gives rise to the need for the yard relief and the rooftop enclosure relief, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, in terms of the building itself, and we're going to talk about the front yard relief, you're looking to have kind of a consistency with the front yard setbacks with abutting properties. Is that correct?
Yes.
The property to the east has a setback of 4.8 feet. That's the one at 618 West Wellow, correct?
Yes.
And then 616 West Wellow is 8.8 feet, correct?
Yes.
So really, the idea is that the 5.8 setback, it's slightly less than the average of these abutting properties, but at the same time, it provides for a little bit more of an integrated street wall, and it also provides for holding the corner at the intersection of Howe and Willow. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to confirm, the practical difficulties that I referenced before, you had no role in creating the substandard lot depth or the narrow alley. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The subject lot was platted prior to the Chicago fire, and thus well before your acquisition. Is correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had no role in platting the 10-foot rear alley, which necessitates the greater setback to the rear. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Chris Boehm, who is our project architect.
Go ahead, Mr. Boehm. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boehm, you are the project architect. You're familiar with the plans for the proposed project and the surrounding area. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe that as part of our findings of fact package, we did submit Mr. Boehm's CV. Recognize him as an expert in the area.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. And for members of the board, I apologize. I didn't want to go out of order, but I think all of this will come a lot more clear when I ask Mr. Boehm to walk through the basement floor plan and the first floor plan so you can really understand the hardships and the challenges that are faced with trying to develop this property. So if we could start with basement level plan. So Chris, if you could walk the board members through the various elements and so that they can understand the need for the relief, particularly on the side yard and the rear yard and the front, please.
Okay. Typically with these wider lots, we have the apartments side by side along a central axis where we put stairs and other services. Now, this building is only 51 foot 8 inches long, which is 20 to 30 foot less than we usually have. So if you see the stairs are back to back with a common wall. Now, typically those stairs would be separated by a demising wall, and the length of that separation would be such that we could get services like laundries, closets, even bathrooms along that center spine. But because the stairs are butted together and don't allow that space, then we have to fit it into the length of the building. And what this, the effect of this is that it shrinks the sizes of the bedrooms. And for Manny's purposes, he needs to be able to market this building with at least a minimum size of bedroom, secondary bedrooms and master bedrooms. And these are really, really tight sizes right now. You know, master bedrooms 11 foot, 6 inches deep, and while the bedrooms are 10 feet deep. But that's necessary to get all these all the elements we need into each floor plan. The other requirement, because of the sprinkler code, is that we need a sprinkler room and an electrical room, which is accessible from outside of the building. And because we had no room in the apartments, we've created this room at the back of the building, which you can see on the top part of the screen, the electrical room, sprinkler room. And it can be accessed from the front lot line down some stairs. And you can also see with the 5 foot setback of the garages, and we've also shrunk the length of the garages to about 18 feet inside. When we put these together, the sprinkler room and the garages and the apartment building itself are all abutting. And that's why we're calling for some relief on the north side of the yard. I'm sorry, on the north setback. I'm sorry, the east setback. And also for the open space. You'll note that the building that exists on the goes right to and actually over the lot line at the corner, and we've pulled back the side set instead of going to the lot line on the west. We've pulled the building back so we can get more permeable space, and same with the front setback. So that was also compressed the building. Just returning to the stairs, we need the stairs to go up to the rooftop deck for the exit requirements, and that stair feature by code.
Chris, can I interrupt just real quick? Can we go to the fourth floor plan, please? So
Yes.
I can understand what you're referencing. One more. There we go.
You can see on the plan on the left, the stairs and the roof deck. Now by ordinance, that feature, that stair feature that projects above the roof deck needs to be 20 foot back from the lot line. And as you can see from the basement plan that we looked at, we've pushed the stairs as far back as we can go and still maintain clearances within the building. So we're asking for relief because of the short nature of the lot, that this also has moved our stairs forward a bit. We've pushed the stair back as far as we can to try and meet that 20 foot requirement, but we can't do it.
So I think in the description, just very quickly for the board's benefit, is could we go back to the basement plan just really quickly, please? Good. Okay, thanks. I think it's important to note, as Chris referenced, that the connection between the building itself, the below grade mechanical and fire and sprinkler room, and the garage itself, that is what has triggered our need for side yard relief and for rear yard relief. In fact, the face of the building is set back almost, I believe, 26 feet. I'm sorry, the decks off the rear are set back almost 26 feet. And then the face of the building is set back even further than that. So really the encroachment into the rear yard is approximately 4 feet above grade in that mechanical and sprinkler room that Chris had referenced. And that was actually, I had mentioned talking to the neighbor across the alley. You know, he was very concerned that we were going lot line to lot line with the building. And I said, no. You know, we would, but for this minor encroachment 4 feet above grade, we would otherwise meet the rear yard setback requirements. Similarly, the building is slightly more than 5 feet set back from the property line to the east. So again, but for this mechanical room and the electrical room being located in the connection between the garage and the building, we would otherwise meet the 5 foot side yard setback requirement that's required for an RM 4.5. So Chris, I think that that was a good discussion of the of the hardships and the difficulties that were presented in terms of putting together a marketable and a reasonable development program for this site. And I'm going to move forward a little bit in your testimony and ask you to go to the portion on how you would describe whether or not the requested variations are consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the Chicago zoning ordinance. That would be on page 5 of the testimony that I've prepared for you.
Okay. Right.
So if you could just go ahead and tell us how the purpose and intent of the Chicago zoning ordinance are met by the requested variations.
The variations will A, promote public health, safety, and general welfare. B, preserve overall quality of life for residents and visitors. C, protect the character of an established residential neighborhood. And D, maintain orderly and compatible land use and development patterns. The front yard relief allows for the provisions of outdoor space with greater utility, which benefits the building's residents. It also promotes a more uniform street wall, which enhances the character of the neighborhood and promotes compatibility of development patterns. The rear yard relief promotes greater outdoor space, which in turn provides for greater quality of life for building residents and its visitors. The rooftop outdoor space also promotes the character of the area and is very consistent with other properties in the immediate area. Finally, the side yard relief provides added safety because it provides easier access to fire suppression equipment.
Thank you. And actually, I'm going to go a little bit off script here, Chris, but I think it's going to be important, again, for the board to understand. You did because one of the concerns here is the height of the building. And as I've said a number of times, we are smaller than is permitted in the zoning classification, the predominant zoning classification. But just to sort of prove out our theory about how we were consistent with the character of the area, you actually did a little bit of a survey, particularly of the buildings on North Howe in terms of their height. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true that you also found that those buildings had in fact maximized their height as well within the RM 4.5 district? Is that right?
That's right. I found more than 10 examples of buildings that were most likely up to 40 feet, and then with penthouse increases of 10 feet, so about 50 feet high.
And our building is in fact 46 feet, 10 inches and change. Is that correct?
That's right.
So again, not bigger than, some of these, again, during the survey, and I did my own survey, these are homes that are 6,000, 8,000 square feet. So again, we're within the character of the neighborhood in terms of size. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So turning back to the outline of the testimony, I'm going to go to the bottom of page 5, item H. And just if, we've talked about the difficulties and the hardships as part of this project. And it's your opinion that those are due to unique circumstances and not generally applicable to other similarly situated properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the two very unique attributes that we've talked about is the substandard depth of 89.6 feet and also the 10-foot wide alley in the rear, correct?
That's correct.
And both of these conditions contribute to the hardship that the applicant faces?
Yes, they do.
And then given that, it's common knowledge that the standard Chicago lot depth is 125 feet and the standard alley width is either 16 to 18 feet, these are very unique conditions which are not found in similarly situated properties throughout the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we touched on this just a little bit ago, but if you could just talk about how the proposed variations won't alter the essential character of the neighborhood.
Well, this is a very dense neighborhood, and in looking at these types of properties, what we try to do is maximize the impact of the building in terms of height and appearance from the street to, first of all, to maximize the benefits to our clients and ultimately the residents, but also so that we're in tune with the neighbors.
Sure. And it's generally true that the buildings in the surrounding area, it's primarily residential character. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And, the buildings have, it's varying types of building stock, generally single family homes, some townhomes, some multi-unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they all have varying setbacks from their front property lines. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then also, these buildings in the area, and in fact, it's true at the corner of Willow and the alley immediately to our east, there's a building that is equally as tall as ours. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, just based on these conditions in the area, the variations from your perspective, they're going to be very much in the character of the area, not inconsistent with the character. Is that correct?
Yeah, not inconsistent at all.
Okay. And again, going back to the hardships, I mean, these are true hardships in terms of developing the property. It's just not a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the law were to be carried out in terms of the zoning requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is because of the substandard depth of the lot and also the very narrow rear alley. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And both of these conditions present particular challenges to meet market standards and provide reasonable access to rear parking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so again, this isn't just a mere inconvenience in terms of developing the property. These are true hardships that you're facing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the conditions that the variation are based, they're not generally applicable to other property in the same zoning classification. Is that correct?
Generally not.
Correct. The narrow alley, the substandard depth lot, there, the combination of these two is rarely found in residential zoning classifications, much less, any other zoning classification in the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And from your perspective, the proposed variations won't be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other properties or improvements of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as you've testified, these improvements are actually going to be very consistent with the conditions of the neighborhood, and including the block faces on the subject property where it's located.
Yes.
And the variation it's not going to impair an adequate supply of light and air. Is that correct? You meet all building code standards with respect to that?
Yes, we do.
And it's not going to increase congestion in the streets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, we're providing one-to-one parking at this location, and that's actually more parking than is available today on the subject property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the proposed variations, they're not going to increase the danger of fire or endanger the public safety. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And from your perspective, they're also not going to diminish or impair property values, again, because it is within the parameters of the permitted zoning classification, and also because it's very consistent with the nature of development in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Chairman, I've got nothing further. We're available to answer any questions on this particular matter.
Can you restate? I thought you said there's a property on Willow that is the same height as the proposed development?
Sure. If you can go to the front on image of the property. I'm sorry, the over, I apologize, the bird's eye view. There we go. 612, you can see this is a very comparable condition. This is the one at the intersection of the alley to the east of the subject property and Willow. Mm-hmm. It's the building again is 47 feet in height, and again it's got a parapet wall and a rooftop deck, as well as garage rooftop improvements. Again, the point being is that this is an RM5 4.5. It's been this way for at least 16 years. Maybe not everybody is built to the maximum, but it's important to consider that we are within the permitted zoning in terms of height and FAR.
And for purposes of you mentioned there were about 10 properties on Howe that were at least 40, I think you said, 40 feet in height.
Yes.
How far down Howe are those? Is the first one of those, let's say?
So those are, I'm trying to orient so those are just in the block face to the north of us. So if you were to go, unfortunately, I don't think this image shows goes far enough north, but in the block immediately north of us and all, north of the alley, everything's oriented east-west. Mm-hmm. But if you were to go north of us, starting with, roughly 1825 to 29 and going north, that's where you're going to find, these buildings that are, at least 40 feet and then the 10-foot above with their, with the parapets and other improvements.
Okay. Any questions from the board so far? Okay. Then council, unless you've got anything else, I'm going to go to the alderman.
No further comments. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman, if you'd like to make a comment, which I assume you do, please proceed.
Okay, I hope everyone can see me now. All right.
Yep.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this matter. And on behalf of the 43rd Ward and the Lincoln Central Association, I'm speaking in opposition to this. I try not to speak out in opposition on very many zoning matters if we can possibly avoid it. But there are some special circumstances in this case that really requires me to do so. And I don't know if I'm allowed to share my screen. I apologize. I would have done that. Ask that, is that at all possible? Because I would show you, oh, I've got it here. Can I share my screen? It looks like I could, oh, this will stop others screen sharing. Do you want that to continue? Yes, I just want to, there have been a lot of questions about the block, so I just wanted to show you the block.
Why don't you, Alderman, if you can just describe it for us, and then those of us, we have, probably everybody is looking at Google Maps on the side.
Okay, yeah, go up and look in Google, drop on Google Maps and yeah, go ahead. That's exactly what I was going to show you. I was going to show you Google Maps here. So the corner, this is a problematic block, as ZBA Commissioner Toya pointed out. Everything here is 89, is in fact 89 feet short, and the surrounding buildings are substantially shorter than the one that is being requested here on the rest of Willow, which is townhouse. It's across the street at Willow and Vine, which is townhouses. I happen to live on Vine Street. These were all built in the late 70s as part of urban renewal, many of them. And then in the 80s, another complex was built that, notwithstanding the R5 zoning, was built in a manner that was consistent with the neighborhood. Now, I will say that the one house that Mr. Scott points to was built as of right, and there was nothing that we could weigh in on, and it did cause problems in the alleys. Now, I will cut to the quick and think that this does not, that the condition that is caused here today was really caused by the applicant choosing to buy a property of a lot size that is shorter in this neck of the woods. This is a condition that exists a lot in our neighborhood. Think about Old Town and things like that. And we try very hard to accommodate people, and unfortunately can't do so in this case, because this will enact a great change to the community. Is not consistent. I want to make sure I want to use the right words of the statute. But let me say another thing. You might ask me as alderman, why don't I just downzone this block? And I'm just telling you that I don't think I can, because of Hannah versus the city of Chicago. So this area was downzoned to something that was called, what was it, RS19 or something. In the early 2000s, there was a great big lawsuit that was filed against Lincoln Central Association, and it was resolved by former Alderman Daley rezoning the entire Lincoln Central area. If you look at your zoning map, you will see that it is all rezoned either R5 or RM 4.5. And it makes it very difficult for me to downzone a block in this area. It was action by the city taken, the suit was resolved, and residents understand that this zoning is very, very difficult for me to simply unilaterally downzone without the threat of another lawsuit, or it's just a really big unknown. So we have not rezoned properties in Lincoln Central while I'm alderman, and I don't think even while before I became alderman, because this zoning was essentially imposed upon us by the law department in connection with a lawsuit. So we put ourselves in the position of having to react to zoning matters in the context of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And when and therefore, this block in general has stayed at a much more reasonable height because it is in conformance with the prevailing building characteristics on Willow Street. Yes, everybody knows on this commission that Howe Street, Orchard, and Burling are homes of some of the largest single-family homes in the city. They were the beneficiary of that rezoning that occurred, and they all have very large, they all have standard lots or lots that are off by a foot or so, and those houses I don't think are appropriate to measure against Willow Street. Willow Street, I believe, should be looked at as its own in considering what is the prevailing building characteristics. Even the building across the street that has the support, that is supporting this zoning ordinance, is a beautiful home, a lovely home, and it's only 2.5 stories tall. It is far less than 47 feet. So within the legal constraints that I have, what I believe to be legal constraints that I have as alderman to object to this property, I say that since all the other lots on this block are 89 feet, that the developer well knew that when he purchased this property, and he's buying a double lot. It's not even a single lot where he's trying to squeeze in a bunch of development, but that the variations which he seek are simply efforts to indeed maximize his profit, as opposed to make a reasonable rate of return. I am happy to have Mr. Scott's client develop on this site as of right, which is what we encourage as much as possible. But this particular project, in my view, is not deserving of a zoning variance.
Are there any questions from the board of the alderman? And Alderman, I noticed Joanna on your staff has signed in. Is she also anticipating making any comments for you, or?
No, I think she's just there to make sure I'm available, to make sure I'm there. Thank you very much, Commissioner Parang. I asked the board's support in turning down this zoning variance.
Thank you, Alderman. Counselor, would you like to respond?
Sure, thank you very much. First, to the alderman's comment about the developer knew. I mean, certainly the developer gets a survey when they purchase the property, but in point of fact, if that were the standard, that the developer knew or that the purchaser knew, nobody could ever get a variation. The point of the matter is that you look at a property like this and you see how the substandard depth and you see how narrow the alley is in the rear. And this is it's kind of the poster child for why variations are there in the first place. Is to be able to deal with, unique lots such as this. Also, to the point of attempting to maximize profit, that's not in fact the case. As I mentioned earlier, we could do 6 dwelling units and perhaps they could get more money out of this and seek a parking variation. But the fact is they're trying to, again, stay within the general confines of the zoning parameters that are there today. I know the lawsuit that the alderman is referring to, but the fact of the matter is the zoning classification is the zoning classification. And so people are entitled to believe if it says there's a 47-foot height, that's what they can build. And in fact, that's what's happened on the eastern block face of the subject property. And so again, this was not an effort to maximize profit. It is something to be thoughtful in terms of trying to develop something on the subject property. Again, trying to be sensitive to the neighborhood in terms of, again, going from what's almost entirely impervious surface to trying to make some improvements, do landscaping, try to mitigate some of the conditions on the property. You're looking right there. You can see all the concrete. We would do 8 foot. I'm sorry. We would do sort of a green space there, just like you typically see in parkways to try to get rid of some of the concrete. We're going to get rid of one of between these two cars. The reason there's a space there is because there's a driveway. Going to get rid of that, add to available parking in the neighborhood. So notwithstanding the alderman's comments, I do believe that we do meet the standards for the yard relief. We've got very unique situations. It's not like we're building right up to the side property line. We've got this below grade fire suppression and mechanical space that gives rise to the need for rear yard and side yard relief. And then finally, we've got the situation, trying to provide additional rooftop improvements, not visible from the right of way. And again, trying to preserve buildability of the space.
Any other questions from the board?
On the rate of return question, can you remind me the purchase price for the 2 properties?
Manuel, can you weigh in on that? I just have the gross build plus purchase.
Yeah, the purchase price was 2.405 million.
Okay, and then the the cost to build?
The cost to build, well, hard, soft, and cost to build, all the hard costs and soft costs with the land is 5.1 million.
So roughly 3 million construction costs.
Yeah.
Okay, and when you were talking before, it was about without the variance, you were saying you could build a 6-unit building, but you would still need a parking variance. Is that what you were saying earlier?
I'm sorry, that I may have confused the issue there, but my point was, just in the context of the alderman's comments, was that this property would actually support, when it comes to minimum lot area, it would support 6 dwelling units, but we're in fact doing 5, and we're parking 5 dwelling units. That was the only comment, just to try to. She had said we're trying to maximize profits, and that's not in fact the case.
Got it. And if you were not granted the variance, what size building would you be able to build?
It would still be, so it would still be the same size building. It would take some very unique reconfigurations. Again, it would be loss of livable, saleable space, but it would still be a 47-foot building, and it would still be 4,000. I'm sorry, it would still be the same floor area, which is 8,075 square feet. It would just be contorted and wouldn't provide the returns that are necessary for sort of a reasonable return on the property.
And that's where we get into the mechanical room and the structuring of the stairway and all of those other elements are why.
That's correct. Yes.
Got it.
Otherwise, it's a substantial loss of livable, saleable square footage. And again, you put it up. It's sort of a theoretical argument, but we're up against other properties in the neighborhood in terms of sales, where they're dealing. It's a 125-foot lot, and there may Manny and his team have tried to do a very nice development here, provide a lot of outdoor space. But when you walk into a condo that you're thinking about buying, and you notice that the master bedroom is smaller than the one that you looked at on Burling or something like that, you take note. And it's kind of an unfair comparison of apples to apples, but all of the elements that if we were to lose the square footage to all of these things, it would be very noticeable to buyers, and again would have a severe impact on the marketability of the properties.
And just to remind me, I'm just looking at the floor plans. There are 3-bedroom units, 2-bed.
They're 3-bedroom units.
3-bedroom units. Okay. My counting skills were not working there. Sorry.
And question: what are the square footage of the units?
Chris, can you answer that? I believe they're roughly
1,600
square feet.
roughly.
Hold on, we need just one person at a time.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Baum, can you let us know the square footage of the
Yeah,
units?
about 1,600 square feet per unit.
Thank you.
I have a question, Chairman. Has the applicant done any other development within the 43rd Ward and or the city before?
Manny, you want to answer that, please?
Yes, we have. We did 2212 North Halsted, and we did 2817 North Lakewood.
Okay, I just want to make sure if you knew, so you know the neighborhood. Okay, so some blocks are 89 feet deep lots, some are 125 deep lots, but okay, I just want to know if you knew the neighborhood. Thank you.
Counselor, are you still presenting? You're presenting your 275 still, right?
I think I have to, yes.
Okay, so why don't we jump to that one then, and let's move forward with it. Everyone's still under oath.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of economy, can I incorporate into the record of this matter all of the testimony about the condition of the property, the proposed project, community engagement, the relief sought, and the elements of hardship that we've talked about?
Yes.
I don't want to take everybody through that again.
Yep.
But if we could incorporate those portions of the prior matter into the record, I think that will make things go a little more quickly.
Yes.
What we're proposing here. So again, for the record, my name is Andrew Scott with the Law Offices of Dykema Gossett. With me today are Manny Raffo, principal of Willow Howe LLC, and Chris Boehm of 360 Design Studio. The relief here that we're seeking is to be able to relocate the required outdoor open space to the roof decks of the garage, and also to the rooftop of the building itself. The required rear yard open space is 308 square feet. We're providing substantially in excess of that through the decks that we're proposing. I'd like to call Manny Raffo first as my first witness, please.
Please do.
And he's been sworn in, correct?
Yes, still under
Okay,
oath.
thank you. Manny, you're the managing member of the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's true that the property can't yield a reasonable return of strict compliance with the Chicago zoning ordinance were met, is that correct?
Yes.
You've got a very substandard deep lot at 89.5 feet, which is shorter than 125 feet.
Yes.
And a lot with this limited depth means that some element of the design program has to be altered in order to have a viable development site, is that correct?
Yes.
And there would really be no market for a development with no parking, which typically consumes at least 22 feet of the lot depth. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if unit depth were sacrificed, those units would be less than a marketable as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then due to the depth of the lot, the length of the building north to south is already much shorter than a typical condo building. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the only way to provide for close to the standard size units with a parking space for each unit that's able to compete with other properties in the marketplace, is to relocate that outdoor open space to the garage in the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as we discussed, your land, hard costs, and soft costs for this project are approximately $5.1 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in order to attract the debt and equity return that's needed for this property, your returns would have to be between about 15 and 20%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with your projected sale proceeds of about $6 million, you're just in the middle of the returns that you would need. Is that correct?
Yes.
And without the relief that we're talking about today, you would have to sacrifice parking or unit size. Is that correct?
Yes.
And either of those sacrifices would negatively impact the proceeds to the point where the unit prices would be significantly lower, correct?
Yes.
And that would again impede your ability to attract debt and equity in order to be able to go forward with the project.
Yeah.
And the purpose of the relief is not based on exclusively to make more money out of the project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're in a substandard lot. You're in a very densely populated area of the city. And it's very built up, developed environment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of the requested relief in part is to provide enhanced amenities in the form of truly usable outdoor open space for residents of the building and their guests. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the practical difficulties that I referenced before, the substandard lot depth, the substandard alley, those were all created prior to your ownership, correct?
Correct.
And you had no role in creating those conditions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn to Chris Boehm.
Go ahead, please.
Still under oath?
Yep.
Chris, you're the project architect for the applicant. You're familiar with the plans for the project and the surrounding area. Is that correct?
We can't hear you, Mr. Boehm.
That's correct.
Thank you. You're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois. Is that correct?
Yes.
And strict compliance with the regulations and standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance, they create the practical difficulties and hardships that we've talked about extensively. Is that correct? And those hardships have also been incorporated into the record?
Yes.
And part of those hardships are, given the basic elements of a development, you've got the residential building, you've got your required rear yard open space, and you've got a garage. It is very, very challenging to be able to fit the required sized rear yard open space between a building and the garages. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
And that's actually exacerbated by the fact that because of the width of the alley, you had to move the garage 3 feet more off the alley than you typically would. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's also of your opinion that the proposed relief is consistent with the purpose of and intent of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, it is.
It promotes the public health and general welfare by providing outdoor usable open space for residents and their guests.
Yes, it does.
And it also preserves overall quality of life for the residents and their guests.
Yes,
And it's also consistent with the established character of the neighborhood, which is residential. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And it's also in furtherance of maintaining orderly and compatible land use and development patterns. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, these are the conditions we've talked about. The hardships are due to very unique circumstances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The substandard lot depth and the alley, because of these unique attributes, you've got practical difficulties that you don't find with similarly situated properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's largely true because most other properties are going to have a 125-foot lot depth and a 16-foot alley.
That's correct.
And if the variation were granted to be able to relocate the rear yard open space, it's not going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood, is it?
No, it's not.
Many other buildings in the area, they've got rear yard open space either on their garages or on their rooftops. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, this is a residential building located in a residential neighborhood. So again, entire consistency in terms of land use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, we've talked about the hardships that are being faced. I mean, this isn't just a matter of minor issues around the edges in terms of trying to design a building. These are substantial and material hardships if you had to strictly comply with zoning regulations. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the conditions that we've talked about, those are very, very atypical for comparable zoning classifications, correct?
Very atypical, yes.
Right, and because again, the standard alley in Chicago is 16 feet wide, lot depth is 125 feet. So really not only in residential areas, but also all across all other zoning classifications. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And from your perspective, the granting of the variation wouldn't be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other properties?
No, it would not.
Okay. In fact, because again, it's consistent with the area and it is providing additional outdoor usable space to other folks in the area. I'm sorry, to residents.
To residents, yes.
Okay. And again, you're not going to impair the light or air to the adjacent properties. Is that correct? You're meeting all the building code standards?
We're meeting all those standards, yes.
And relocating the rear yard open space isn't going to increase congestion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it doesn't increase fire danger, public safety, or substantially impair the property values in the surrounding area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nothing further.
Councilor, can you just confirm for me, is the idea that if you did not prevail on one of these variations, you would attempt to keep the other for a redesign? Or are they're both essentially integral to the current plan that you've proposed?
They're all integral. I mean, if you want to go back to, we can look at the basement level, just understanding it all fits together. I mean, this building has been designed to minimize the requested relief, but at the same time, building a building that is viable. So if you look, I'm sorry, can we go to the first floor plan? I apologize. So what you see back, we have decks off the north side of the building, and then it's a very, very narrow space between the deck and the stairs to get up to the rooftop. And all of that doesn't permit, meeting the required 10-foot rear yard open space requirement. So all of the, to take away one component would require a substantial redesign of everything else.
Okay. Alderman, did you want to add anything on this application?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much for allowing me to do so. I'll be very brief. I just want to draw your attention to the zoning map for this, the zoning and land use map, which I know you all have at your fingertips. But in this particular part of the neighborhood, there's only been one request for a variance on this block, and that is a particular townhouse that was built. excuse me, that was to accommodate the very large house across the street because it needed some relief back in the day. It has a vacant lot next to it. It is not trying to add more FAR to that site. As I mentioned at the outset, these 89-foot lots are absolutely the way they are. No one else has found the need to do this. And I think that one of the reasons for the applicant's request for variances is to just, even though he could do 6, that doesn't make sense economically because our neighborhood at the price point that he wants to sell will prefer a larger unit. So, but by the fact that he has decided to create very large and gracious units, he now needs relief in order to add the extra garage space that he needs. I believe again that is a self-created issue by this applicant, and that the if in fact he was granted relief here, it would be applicable to other properties on this block, resulting in a major change to the block and to the other adjacent homeowners. And that what we have seen in other portions of our community is that when a relief is not granted, there is often a renegotiation of the purchase price. I've been involved in some of those things myself on major developments, and that we think that this could be a right-sized project without having to get all the many portions of release that are requested. So I believe it will cause conditions to other properties within the same zoning classification in this immediate area to be impacted. I believe it is based on a desire to make more money, although I understand Councilor Scott, of course, has a different opinion. It is caused, the difficulty or hardship has been created by the applicant himself in trying to not deal with an actual lot size that he bought with his eyes open, and that it would cause impact on other adjoining properties on Willow. So with that, I want to repeat my opposition and to ask for your support of that. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of the Alderman? If not, Councilor, do you want to do a final response?
I would only point out the Alderman referenced impacts to adjacent property owners, and in fact, as I said, we met with the neighbor across the street immediately to the west of Howe. She had no objection. I spoke with the neighbor to the north, immediately abutting us. Again, no objection once he understood the nature of the development. We are squarely within the height and FAR of the subject property. The relief that we are seeking, while there's a number of requested relief, they are, in the grand scheme of things, de minimis and won't have an adverse impact on the surrounding area. A building of this size, of some configuration, could perhaps be built there, but again, we didn't cause the 89-foot lot, and I would just make the point again that this seems to be exactly the case why variations are contemplated in the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. Any final questions for the applicant?
One from me. So you mentioned the neighbor to the north, the neighbor to the west.
Yeah.
Contact with the neighbor to the east?
Neighbor to the east, we reached out to her a number of times. It's actually a rental building, and so we tried to reach out to them, and after we sent a letter, we tried to reach out, and no response.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you all. We will take it under consideration.
Thank you for your time. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thank you. We're going to go to 27620S. This is 1706 West Morse Avenue. And while everyone's getting set up, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a community center on the ground floor of the existing 3-story building, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Madonna Mission, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 21st, 2020, prepared by the applicant. Councilor, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kate Duncan. I'm an attorney with Ackerman LLP with offices at 71 South Wacker Drive. I'm appearing this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Madonna Mission, in connection with the special use application for the property located at 1706 West Morris Avenue. Present this afternoon with me are Lynn Gordon, who's the executive director for Madonna Mission, and also Terry O'Brien, who is our real estate appraiser. The subject property is...
Counselor, let's just swear in your two witnesses and get them on the record, and I have two questions for you, and then we'll move on.
Okay, so I have Lynn Gordon, who's the executive director of Madonna Mission with me, if you'd like to swear her in. And I also have Terry O'Brien, who's our real estate appraiser.
Ms. Gordon, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
And Mr. O'Brien, you're still under oath? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And we recognize your expertise. So, Counselor, this is a special use for community center. It's been used as a community center and an educational, different educational uses in the past. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's essentially for educational services for adult refugees to learn English?
That's correct. There are also programs for children as well.
Children. And none of these refugees have cars, it is what I remember from your findings of fact, so there's no additional traffic anticipated?
Correct.
Okay. For Ms. Gordon, I just want to get you on record. Counselor, will you put on record as far as her affidavit, and the same with Ms.
Sure, thank you. Ms. Gordon, have you submitted an affidavit along with your findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Brien, have you prepared a report that we've submitted along with the findings of fact to the board?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your report?
Yes, it would.
Okay,
Any questions? Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to 15920S. This is for 5945 West Madison Street. Ms. Aikens, are you here? Sounds like we don't have the applicant on this one. Okay, we're going to move on to 16220Z. This is 3934 South Wells Street. Mr. Peterson, are you the applicant for this?
Yes. This is Michael Peterson speaking.
Hi, can you, do you have a counselor for this one?
No, I am working with the applicant.
Got it. Who is the applicant? Is that Chris Granat?
Chris Granat, yes.
Granat. And is Chris Granat available?
Yes.
You are here as well. Oh, you both in the same location?
Yes, we are.
Got it. Okay. So there we go. Perfect. Mr. Granat, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Peterson, you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you both, why don't we start with Mr. Granat? Will you just identify yourself and tell me what your relationship is to the application?
This is my best friend.
No, who are you and what is you're the applicant?
I'm the owner of this property, and also I built this home of this property, and Michael is the friend of mine.
And Mr. Peterson, are you, what's your relationship other than a friend? Are you running the show on the explanation of
Well, I'm helping him in terms of his difficulty with the English language. It's his second language. So I'm helping him to make interpretations in terms of documents and in terms of oral conversations.
Okay. So can you talk us through a little bit about what you are attempting to do? You're trying to build a single family home, sounds like?
Yes, we are. And we're trying to seek a variation to reduce the required front setback along South Princeton Avenue from 14.67 feet to 4 feet, and to reduce the required parking setback from the front property line to prevent obstructions of the sidewalk by parked cars from 20 feet to 4 feet in order to allow the construction of a single family home with basement.
And is this already built?
The building is built, but we're waiting for a favorable decision or consideration from the board for the inclusion of the garage.
So hold on, did you build the building and you got cited, or you built it and you're waiting because you need the variation just for the garage?
We need the variation for the garage.
Got it. And so you haven't been cited for building anything without the permit?
No. The permit was issued, and then it was determined by the board that there was a problem with variance.
Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Valenziano.
Yeah, this is Steve Valenziano from the Department of Planning and Development. Yes, the permit was issued. The plan examiner missed that Princeton is also a street. The plans originally showed it, I think, as an alley. So the permit was issued. Then it was found out that this is a through lot. This is right a parcel away from that one we had earlier today. Mm-hmm. So they were given a denial, and they have to resubmit their building permit application for revision. So this is just bringing it into compliance. Again, we had that one earlier today, right on the same block where Princeton is a street, not an alley. Although it's treated more like an alley here. Most of the garages on this block used to, that were the properties that used to be here, they had their parking come off of Princeton. So it's a through lot situation, just like the other one.
Got it.
And Mr. Valenziano, does the front setback relate to that as well, or is that separate?
That is the front setback. On a through lot, you have two front setbacks.
Sorry.
Right. So both this one and the other one we had earlier are going to be using Princeton for the access for their garages, but that is considered a front setback also.
Got it. Thank you.
And so for Mr. Granite, your hardship is that you're on this through lot and you can't really access a garage without the variations, and essentially without having you would not have a garage without the variation.
That is correct, because there's no alleyway between Wells and Princeton.
Yep. Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice weekend.
Thanks, you too. We're going to 19720S. This is for 1341 to 53 East 72nd Street.
Chair, this is Jolene Saul. I'm recusing myself on this as well.
Okay. I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed community center, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, the Rebuild Foundation NFP. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site, landscape plans, and details dated August 14th, 2020, prepared by Mueller and Mueller Limited and Christie Weber Landscapes. And the building and life safety plans by Mueller and Mueller dated March 9th, 2020. And 3, the applicant shall only utilize the required dimensioned 5 parking spaces as shown on the reference plans, and shall not park any additional vehicles on site until they are prepared to upgrade the overall paved area into a fully code compliant parking facility, which must meet with all the requirements of the parking, landscaping, and stormwater management codes. Okay. Counselor, take it away.
Again, Chairman Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks, here again on behalf of the applicant, the Rebuild Foundation NFP. The applicant owns the subject property located at 1341 through 53 East 72nd Street. The 24,833 square foot lot is improved with a 3 and 4 story, now vacant elementary school building. And the applicant is proposing to adapt and reuse the existing building and reestablish it as a community center focused on the arts and cultural programming. The subject property is located in an RT4 zoning district, so a special use is required to permit the community center use. We have 2 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Treg Duerson, and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Sylvester Kerwin. I believe Mr. John Wolf from the architecture firm is also on the call and can speak to some of the building specifics if there are questions about that programming.
Everybody on the record with their affidavits, Counselor.
Great. And Treg, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Treg Duerson. Address is 33 South.
Can you swear affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding still?
I do.
I apologize. This is the court reporter. You cut out. Could you repeat that address?
Yes, my address is 3358 South Giles Avenue.
Go ahead, Counselor.
And Treg, you are the president and executive director of the Rebuild Foundation. Is that right?
Yes, the chief operating officer.
And you are proposing to convert the vacant school building at 1341 through 53 East 72nd Street to a community center. Is that right?
Yes.
And that community center, again, focuses on the arts and cultural programming?
Yes.
And your program will give participants multi-purpose training in an artist studio and workshop setting. Is that right?
Yes.
You'll also work with your participants in community-based job placement services, specifically with local businesses and local trades. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Mr. Kerwin?
Yes.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
I can't hear you, Nick.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
You keep breaking up. I
Mr.
think
Kerwin?
you're asking.
Mr. Kerwin, can you say your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. My offices are located at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
And you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
And we recognize your expertise. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. Bud, you're familiar with the subject property?
Yes, I am.
You were retained to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the criteria for special use as set forth in the code. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you physically inspected the property?
Counselor, we dropped you on the mic again.
I'm so sorry, Chair. Bud, you physically inspected the property. Is that right?
Yes, I did, and I submitted a report to you.
And it's your understanding that my office filed that same report with the board. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions in that report. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Chairman, I apologize for the technical issue here. If you have any other questions, though, about the program, we'd be happy to answer them now.
Any questions from the board? Counselor, did this use received Neighborhood Opportunity Fund grant?
Yes, and actually, Chairman, we included in our findings of fact a summary that actually describes the value amount. We've worked with Alderman Harris on this program. We've offered as part of the review process, we've been asked to allow neighborhood organizations to use the space as well, which we've been open to since day one. So yeah, this has been call it almost a year's worth of work to get to this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will take it under consideration.
Thank you.
We're going to go to 19920Z. This is 2716 South Emerald Avenue.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead, Councilor.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kolpak, offices at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I'm joined here today by Mr. Joe Skiba, who's the applicant, managing member of the LLC, the property owners, Mr. Sean Liu and his daughter Ida, and the architect, Mr. Peter Sterniak. We're here today to request a variation to reduce the minimum lot area from the required 3,000 square feet to that of 2,952 square feet in order to build a 3-dwelling unit residence with a basement with 3 parking spaces. The property is currently zoned RT4 and is improved with a 2-story single-family home with a basement. The proposed use of this variation is to accommodate a multi-generational family building to occupy the residence. Specifically, the property owner, Mr. Liu, and his wife would occupy 1 unit. Their daughter and her family would occupy the 2nd unit, and their son and his family to occupy the 3rd unit. There is no intention of selling or renting out this property to any third parties at this time. The applicant, Casper Development, has been retained by the family in order to construct their desired 3 units. A contract between Casper Development and the Liu family for this construction has been submitted to this board with this application. Our hardship, the property currently measures 24 by 123 and therefore is a substandard in both width and depth from the standard lot size of the City of Chicago of 25 by 125 feet. These dimensions equate to the property having approximately 173 feet less than the standard lot. Break this down even further, that if we divided this by 3, each of the lots would be 984 feet. So we're short of 48 feet for the required 3rd unit, therefore the request for the variation. When we looked at this property, the variation is, we believe the variation is reasonable, as Emerald Street boasts at least 5 other properties containing 3 or more units. In fact, immediately abutting to the north of the subject property is an identical lot size, improved with 3 units in addition to a 2-story non-conforming coach house. We did have a Zoom meeting with the neighbors through Alderman Thompson. Unfortunately, by the time we received Alderman Thompson's letter of support, it was beyond the deadline, but it is available and it is in your package. In addition, prior to that meeting with the neighbors, my client actually walked the block to talk to his neighbors, and we do have 2 letters from the adjacent property owners indicating their support for this variation.
Great. Councilor, can you get your witnesses on the record?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
You may get your witnesses on the record testifying consistently with their affidavit.
Sure. Joined with me today is Mr. Joe Skiba, Mr. Sean Liu and Ida Liu, and architect Peter Sterniak. Would you please, are you going to swear them in, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, hold on, Councilor. Mr. Skiba, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Peter, can you hear?
Yeah, I'm here. Peter's here.
Sorry, I was looking for Joseph Skiba. Is he here?
Peter, the chairman tried to swear you in.
Peter Sterniak's present. Can you hear me?
I can. Mr. Sterniak, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Skiba, you've got to unmute yourself.
Do you hear me now?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And then Shan Liu,
Yes.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. Mr. Sterniak, you're a licensed architect with the City of Chicago. Is that correct, State of Illinois?
That's correct.
And Mr. Sterniak, you were retained by the Liu family to design this building, and you in fact went out to the neighborhood. Is that correct? Mr. Sterniak? Peter?
Yeah,
Peter.
that's correct. Yes. Yeah, can you hear me?
Now I can. And you provided an affidavit that, in your opinion, that the granting of this variation would in fact be consistent with the standards of variation from the city of Chicago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were called on to testify, you testified substantially that those conditions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions for my architect.
Let's keep going.
Thank you.
Mr. Skiba?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Skiba, you were retained by the Liu family in order to, should this variation be granted, in order to construct a 3-unit building. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you presented an affidavit, and if you were called to testify further, you testified substantially compliance with that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions for my contractor.
Thank you.
Mr. Liu and Ida, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
And Ida, is your father there now?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Liu, how are you? And it is you own the property, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's your intention, should these variations be granted, to build a building where your family can reside, you and your wife, your daughter and her family, and her son and his family, is that correct?
Yes.
And you presented an affidavit, and if you were asked to testify further, you testified in substantial compliance with that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman, and I be prepared to answer that the board may have.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration. We're going to go next.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
159. Thank you, everybody. 15920S at 5945 West Madison Street. One more time.
Chairman, I don't see anyone for that case.
Okay, we're going to continue that matter until September. What is it? September 18th. Yeah, September 18th. No further notice is going to be given. Next up is 26720S for 3633 West Lawrence Avenue. Just 267, so I'm looking for Dean Maragos.
Yes.
Are you here?
The appraiser's here, Bud Kerwin.
Mr. Maragos is not here, Chairman.
Okay, is Anthony?
He was actually signed in with his client.
So we're missing the client too. No Anthony Franek.
Anthony Franek should be signed in.
Yes, he is. He's here. I'm promoting him right now.
Okay, thank you.
Anthony and Dean, are you together? You have to unmute your mic. Anthony and Dean, are you guys together?
Unmute. There we go. Okay, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, I've muted you. You've got two mics. Are you logged in with two different computers, or maybe somebody has a phone logged in? We'll try that again, but make sure you're only.
Can you hear us now?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm here with the applicant, Anthony Cole Franek, and the appraiser, Sylvester Bud Kerwin. I want to give you a little bit of background on this case. The hours of this is an application for a pawn shop special use. Our hours of operation and days of the week are Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Saturday, 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. And on Sunday, we are closed. We will have approximately 2 to 3 new employees. The applicant has been in business for over 14 years and has extensive experience in the industry and has won awards for their operations. The applicant operates another store at 5604 West Belmont, which it has occupied for 10 years. And concerning security and safety, they have an ADT system and 1 security guard. I would now like to call Mr. Bud Kerwin to the stand. Bud, can you give your name and address?
Yes, Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin and Associates, Real Estate Appraisers and Consultants. I have offices at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
And Mr. Kerwin, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
And we recognize your expertise. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is it correct that you were requested by me to review the special use application for the proposed pawn shop and determine in your opinion as to whether the proposed use would meet the special use standards and comply with the criteria of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you personally inspect the property and surrounding neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And after making your inspection and completing your research and analysis, did you determine that the proposed pawn shop would be in compliance with the Chicago zoning code and an appropriate use and compatible with that of the other surrounding land uses?
Yes, I did. I noted that the most recent use was another pawn shop, for what I understand, the past 10 years at least. It was occupied by the Cohn Brothers Pawn Shop, but they were relocating to the far south side and south suburbs where they have other facilities. And this was just kind of out of their way and it wasn't being efficiently run. So it seemed to make sense. The use has been established in the neighborhood for many years.
Thank you. Mr. Kerwin, did you prepare a zoning consultation report setting forth all of your findings and conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And if you were continued to testify on the subject property, would your testimony be the same as you provided with your report?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm now going to call Mr. Anthony Franick to the stand. Mr. Franick, would you state your name and address?
My name is Anthony Franick and my address is 4933 North Mozart Avenue.
And you are the principal of 3633 West Lawrence, Inc.?
Counselor,
I'm sorry.
hold on. Mr. Franick, you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
You are the principal of 3633 West Lawrence, Inc., are you not?
I am.
And you filed an affidavit stating with the application, did you not?
I did.
And if you were called to testify further in this case, would your testimony be absolutely consistent with that information supplied there?
It would.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like at this time to inform the board that we have worked very closely with the community on this. On May 14th, the Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa issued a letter to you stating that he had no objection. We also contacted the North River Commission. Mr. Thomas Applegate, the Executive Director of the North River Commission, wrote a letter on May 12, 2020 to this honorable board. He also stated that he had no objection and he also received the approval of the Albany Park Neighbors Association. Finally, a letter of support was issued from the Belmont Central Chamber of Commerce from Mr. Reed Mackin, the Executive Director, indicating that the operation that the applicant has at 5604 has been an asset to the community and he had full support for this new application. With that, Mr. Chair, I will open the floor for any questions of the honorable body.
Counselor, will you just clarify for me, on Monday, is it closed or it's 10 to 7 p.m.? There's a contradiction in your findings of fact.
It's 9:30 to 6, Mr. Chair.
On Monday, 9:30 to 6.
On Monday, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Monday through Friday.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable board.
We are going to recess, a short recess until 2:15, at which point we are going to do 15120S. This is for 12 to 14 West Maple Street. We will reconvene at 2:15 p.m. for that matter.
Mr. Chairman, in case I'm not back, I'm recused from that matter, so I just wanted to put that on the record right now.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Katrina, did you have a question?
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you.
Can you see me?
No, the video is not turned on until we promote you to a panelist. So as long as we can hear you, you're okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay?
Yep. Thank you, Victor.
You're welcome.
Good call, Jeremy. You just saved me from a
For those who have dialed in from their phone, the meeting is in a recess. We will be back shortly. Again, for those who have dialed in from phone, this meeting is in a recess. We will be back shortly.
To all the people that have called in, this meeting is in a recess. We will be back shortly.
Okay, we are going to reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Esposito, are you present?
Yes.
Commissioner Saul?
Present, sorry.
Present. Commissioner Garcia, are you present?
I am present.
And Commissioner Toya? Missing Commissioner Toya, it seems like. We have still have quorum. I'm going to read a few announcements for everybody. And court reporter, you're ready to go, right? Okay. Okay, like I did last month, I want to be sure that everybody in attendance here today understands how this hearing will proceed. If you signed up to testify in particular, please pay attention. First, this is a meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals and not a town hall, a court of original jurisdiction, or a legislative body. We have a very specific regulatory framework in which we have to operate. Therefore, while everyone that has properly signed up to testify is welcome to give testimony, that testimony must fit inside that regulatory framework. What do I mean by this? The law requires that the applicant for 15220S prove to the board that its application meets the special use criteria set forth in section 17130905A of the Chicago zoning ordinance. The criteria are on the screen, and I encourage all of you to review them. It can also be found in chapter 17 of the city's municipal code, which is available online. As you can see, there are 5 criteria the applicant must prove. These are the only 5 criteria the board can consider when making a decision. Therefore, any testimony given during the hearing on 15220S needs to be relevant to these 5 criteria. Further, these 5 criteria do not exist in the abstract. We also have an overlay of state and local laws that limit what we can hear. We cannot accept testimony that is outside of our jurisdiction. For instance, we cannot accept testimony about whether legalization of cannabis is a good idea. The state of Illinois has previously determined that it is in the interest of health and public safety for cannabis to be a legal substance that is regulated and taxed like alcohol, and we have no power to overturn the state's determination. We cannot accept testimony regarding the sufficiency of the applicant's social equity obligations either. The state has previously determined what the applicant must do to obtain a state license, and this includes a social equity component. Again, we have no power to overturn the state's determination. We cannot consider any community benefits agreements or argue that the application must be denied because the applicant does not, to your satisfaction, provide enough social equity. We also cannot accept any testimony about whether cannabis should be sold within the city. The City Council has previously determined that it can be sold within the city and that it can be sold starting January 1st, 2020, and we have no authority to overturn the City Council's determination. Similarly, because the City Council has mandated that the applicant for 15220S hold a community meeting, we will not be taking any testimony regarding whether the applicant has, to your satisfaction, sufficiently engaged the community. As long as the applicant held one community meeting pursuant to the strictures of the Chicago zoning ordinance, the requirement is satisfied. Note also that as the applicant held its community meeting prior to March 20th, 2020, the supplemental rule the board issued last meeting regarding community meetings during the current pandemic is not applicable to this application. I want to be clear that there may be other instances in which I determine that a person's testimony is not relevant to the criteria or that we are prevented from hearing the testimony due to state or local law. If that happens, I will conclude that person's testimony. For example, City Council has determined that a cannabis dispensary cannot be located within 500 feet of a school. However, anything outside of that 500-foot boundary, no matter how slight, is legal and permissible. Therefore, it is not enough to state that you feel that the applicant's proposed dispensary is too close to a school. You must instead explain how this proximity to a school means that the applicant does not meet one or more of the 5 criteria. Along the same lines, neither the state of Illinois nor the City Council has imposed any restrictions regarding a cannabis dispensary's proximity to a park. This is in line with the state's findings that cannabis should be regulated like alcohol. In the city, there are many instances of alcohol being sold in proximity to or even in parks. So again, it is not enough to state that you feel the applicant's proposed dispensary is too close to a park. You must instead explain how this proximity to a park means that the applicant does not meet one or more of the 5 criteria we can consider in our review. So everyone understands the flow of the hearing. The applicant will go first and put on all of its witnesses. After the applicant has put on its case, any members of the public that have signed up to speak in support of the application will testify. After the members of the public in support make their statements, I will go to objectors who are represented by counsel, and those objectors can cross-examine any of the applicant's witnesses and put on all of their witnesses. After that, any unrepresented objectors can testify as well as cross-examine the applicant's witnesses. After that, I will return to the applicant for its rebuttal, at which time the applicant can cross-examine any of the objectors and their witnesses as well as put its own witnesses on for any rebuttal testimony. If any of the aldermen or their representatives who are present would like to make a statement, they may choose. I'll ask them immediately after the applicant's presentation when they would like to make that statement. Throughout this process, the board will ask any questions we may have of the applicant or of any of the witnesses involved. And after that, the board will take the matter under consideration. There's a few particular directions I would like to emphasize. To testify on this matter, You must have signed up properly under our rules. You must have submitted a complete and legible form to the appropriate email address by 5 p.m. on Monday. If you received your invitation to this hearing from someone other than ZBA staff, you are most likely not on my list of appropriately registered witnesses. These rules apply to everybody, and we are not able to call on anybody who did not register properly. Next, we have about 250 witnesses who did register properly to speak. So for me to call on you, your name, as it was written on your witness slip, must be written into your Zoom ID so that we can search for it. And if you've dialed in, it must be under the phone number you were registered with so we can find you. If that's not the case when I call your name, I will move on to the next witness. In order to ensure that everyone is heard, please do not repeat testimony. This is very important. For example, if you are against an application because you believe it will increase traffic in the area and someone else has already testified about that, please pay attention and do not repeat what was said. As I mentioned earlier, this is not a town hall. So once we've heard an argument for why the application does or does not meet the criteria, we will take it into consideration, and there is no added weight to it if 1 or even 100 people repeat it. As I would for an in-person meeting, I will be very strict that if your testimony does not add any new arguments, I will conclude the testimony so we can hear from everyone else who has registered. When I call on you, I will ask if you have a new argument or point, and if so, I will swear you in, ask you to state your name and address, and then you can proceed to provide your testimony. Lastly, please note that state law requires that we send all resolutions by the board through the U.S. Postal Service. So if you wish to receive a copy of any particular resolution, your name and address must have been legibly written on your testimony request form. If you are represented by an attorney at this hearing, your attorney will receive the copy. For the applicant,
Chairman, I am on the call. I was on the call even when you took attendance. It just obviously I didn't pop up. And I want to say before you get started, I'm going to recuse myself on this matter because as has been brought up to me by you and staff, there are board members of mine that have registered on this matter. So I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Toya and Commissioner Garcia recused from this matter. We still have quorum, and so we will still proceed. For the applicant, I would like you to first identify your witnesses and their role in this project, then present the rest of your application. At some point in that presentation, please walk the board through how people are flowing into and through your proposed facility, starting with their arrival at the sidewalk. And in addition, I want you to walk the board through the process for loading and unloading and how that's supervised. So with that, we will begin with the applicant. Counselor, when you're ready, if you'll introduce your folks, I'll swear everybody in and I'll let you go from there. And actually, while we're doing that, before we do that, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant PCAU3 LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. 3, the proposed 2-phase development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plan dated July 6, 2020, prepared by the Interform Architecture and Design. And 4, the second phase build out and occupancy is completed by August 20th, 2021. Counselor, when you're ready, please proceed. You need to unmute yourself first, though.
Can you hear me now?
Can.
Okay. And you can see me as well, I hope?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Katrina McGuire here on behalf of PCAU3 LLC, the applicant for the special use application at 12 through 14 West Maple. Mr. Chairman, I wanted as a preliminary matter, please, to draw your attention to the fact that I believe that there's still some confusion as to who FJ Management LLC really is and what their capacity in this hearing is. And that's because throughout several pleadings and motions that they filed starting in March of this year, they have always asserted that FJ Management LLC is the owner of the property located at 1031 North Rush Street. We know that that is not the case. And in fact, now on Monday, most recently, when they filed their most recent amended statement of objection, they are now claiming that they are not the owner, that they are the agent for the owners of the property located generally at 1031 North Rush Street. And I believe that in light of the board's concern over the years that the appropriate parties be represented here and appropriately represented within the hearing, I believe that we should take a look at who really FJ Management LLC is. That if they are here as agents of the owners, who are these owners? Why are the owners not here? Why were the owners not identified as objectors? And why does an agent of those owners have authority to be the representative of these objectors at this time?
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Hyde, are you on the line?
This is the first I've heard of this objection. We've been pretty much in daily contact with Ms. McGuire. If she had a concern about this issue, she should have brought it up to us earlier as opposed to ambushing us after waiting all day to speak. The law of agency is very clear. Owners can have agents speak at any time with respect to every business. Agents represent businesses each and every day with every part of our life. We have our agent here. I haven't heard an objection up until now. This type of ambush shouldn't be allowed. I suggest the petitioner move ahead with her case.
Who is the owner of the property?
I can direct that absolute question if you're, I'm going to call you Your Honor only by accident, Mr. Chairman. I have a witness here who can describe the relationship between FJ and the owners directly, if Your Honor would strike that, if Chairman would like to hear.
Yes, let's just resolve this. Go ahead.
Okay. How do I move him to my computer? Can you have Victor promote Jim Banks to the conversation?
Yes. Is his name filled out?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Resa, can we promote Mr. Banks?
I don't have him signed in.
There is a Mr. Banks already in the panelist, Grace Sergio Banks.
I'm sorry, he's named as, I'll rename him right now, or Victor, can you rename him? It's signed in as Mariah Nix right now.
I did not catch the last thing that was just said.
We're going to rename him now. With the various computers, we had him under one of my associates.
Got it.
Victor, are we good?
I still don't see him. What name did he sign in under?
It was under Mariah Nix. I just renamed it.
It was under Brian.
No, Mariah Nix, and I just renamed
Mariah.
it.
Okay.
Is it under Jim Banks, FJ Management?
Yep.
He's already on here. He's
Yeah.
already in the queue.
Shall I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please. Do you swear to tell the truth in this procedure?
I do. I do.
Yeah, then can you just explain to me what the relationship is between your entity and the owner of the
Yes,
property?
Yes, sir. So FJ Management is essentially the designated management company for 4 entities that own the property located at 1031 North Rush Street. And for to give you a sense of what that is the Tavern on Rush restaurant property. And FJ Management, again, the management company for ownership. There are 4 entities that are are entitled to the property. DAB Rush LLC, Damon North LLC, JAJ LP, FBB LLC. Those are the 4 entities that own, if you will, the property. FJ Management is the designated management company for the property. And just to clarify so that there's full disclosure, DAB Rush LLC is a single person entity. Dorothy A. Banks is the owner of that LLC. Dorothy is my mother. Damon North LLC, again, single person, is owned by Grace Sergio. Grace Sergio is my wife. JAJLP and FBB LLC are both, the members are Fred Barbara, a third party. And again, FJ Management is the designated entity that manages the interests of this property and of these various LLCs.
And you are a member of the management?
I am the managing member of FJ Management LLC, correct.
FJ Management LLC is presumably under contract as agent for the owners?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any questions from the board on this matter? Otherwise, Councilor McGuire, why don't we continue with your presentation?
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a brief opening statement, and then I'll go through and sort of outline how our witnesses will be presented, just for purposes of everyone being able to follow along. Again, thank you all for your time. Thank you in particular, Mr. Chairman, for your engagement throughout the last several weeks on several issues amongst the parties. We appreciate your time. Throughout this hearing, you will hear a lot of voices. You'll hear from the applicant, a Chicago company, a highly qualified, experienced operator that will bring to bear its many years of experience operating dispensaries and cultivation centers in multiple states after getting its start in Illinois with the first license issued by the state for medical cannabis. You'll hear how the applicant drastically modified its proposed operations to address concerns over queuing, neighborhood impact, and cash transactions, how it will be a willing partner with the neighborhood in safeguarding and enhancing its vibrancy. You'll hear from a team of experts that will unequivocally conclude, based on facts, sound analysis, and their decades of experience in traffic, property valuation, land use, and security, that this application meets every standard for a special use and that it will create no adverse impact on the community. On the other side, you'll also hear from some select local businesses that will take the astonishing position that the increased foot traffic generated by this dispensary is bad for business. You'll also hear that there is overwhelming neighborhood opposition to this. Yet, despite the very large number of people registered to testify here today, barely a handful reside within even our notice parameters. If you listen carefully, you'll also hear that cannabis dispensaries are okay with the objectors, that the revenue is good for Chicago, and in fact, they're better than okay in the case of the objector specifically, when you can personally benefit financially from them. But only if they're in other Chicago neighborhoods, not here. As you listen to all of this, I respectfully ask you to keep in mind, not just the Chicago zoning ordinance, which the applicant is charged with meeting, but the legal framework within which those standards should be considered. The Illinois Supreme Court articulated this framework in City of Chicago Heights versus Living Word Outreach Full Gospel Church and Ministries, Inc. In 2001, when the court differentiated the legislative authority of a municipality to permit a special use in a given district from a zoning board's quasi-judicial role in approving a special use. According to the court, in permitting a special use in a given district, the legislature has already determined that an ordinary example of such a use is appropriate in that district. The task before the ZBA then is to weigh the facts of a specific proposal to determine, quote, whether there are facts and circumstances that show that the particular use proposed at the particular location proposed would have any adverse effect above and beyond those inherently associated with such a special use, irrespective of its location within the zone. So the question here is not whether the proposal may result in more cars on the road or people on the street. Any use besides a vacancy will do that. The question is not whether cannabis dispensaries may generally have a greater impact than other permitted uses in this district. Rather, the questions before the ZBA are, one, whether this proposal will have a significant adverse impact above and beyond the impact of an ordinary cannabis dispensary in this specific location. And two, whether the applicant has designed the operation of the proposed dispensary to address any potential extraordinary impacts. And with that, I'll move on into our case in chief. Again, we have 8 witnesses that will testify. We're going to go just to provide a path framework for everyone. We're going to start with Jeremy Unruh, Senior Vice President of Public and Regulatory Affairs for PharmaCann. Then we'll have some brief testimony from the project architect. Then we'll have some lengthier testimony from William McMenemy, who's the Chief Revenue Officer for PharmaCann, who will walk through the operations, the security, the deliveries, and Mr. Chairman, to your point, we'll walk through the floor plan step by step. Then we turn to our expert consultants. We'll have Stephen Vance from MAP Strategies, Michael Wolin, our appraisal witness, Ed Farrell, our security expert, Louie Abuna, our traffic consultant, and concluding with George Kissel, our certified land planner. And with that, I'd like to call my first witness, Jeremy Unruh.
Mr. Unruh, are you on the line?
Yeah, he's actually in the same space with me.
Oh, perfect.
We have, just for the record, if that's easier for staff especially, the witnesses that are here with me today are Jeremy Unruh, William McMenemy, Ed Farrell, and George Kissel.
Are they joining you on camera then?
They will join me on camera. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Jeremy here. All right, Jeremy, could you please state your full name and business address for the record, please?
Sure. Should I be sworn?
Yes. Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Please proceed.
My name is Jeremy Unruh, spelled U-N-R-U-H. First name is Jeremy, J-E-R-E-M-Y. I am the Senior Vice President of PharmaCann, Inc. And my scope of responsibility is I'm the Senior Vice President of Public and Regulatory Affairs.
And just for the record, PCAU3 LLC is a wholly owned subsidiary or entity of PharmaCann, Inc. Is that correct?
It is a wholly owned subsidiary of PharmaCann, Inc. Yes.
So what is your role at PharmaCann?
Well, as I said, I'm the Senior Vice President of Public and Regulatory Affairs, but I also sort of operate as one of the senior folks at PharmaCann. Why? Because I have been involved with this company since essentially day one. And so my areas of responsibility have to do with government relations and with, managing our relationships with our regulators in the several states we're in. And I handle a lot of external affairs like media and those sorts of things.
Can you briefly describe what your professional background was before you joined PharmaCann?
I can. I'm a lawyer by trade and training. My entry-level job, I was an assistant state's attorney here in Cook County. I believe I began in 1999, and I think I was in the last class of traffic court assistants to actually be in the old traffic court building on the river. And I worked my way up through that office over the next 6 years to the presiding judge, his courtroom at 26 in California. It was Judge Beeble at the time. And then I had my intervening stops in misdemeanors and all the branch courts around the city, felony review, the Children's Advocacy Center, which is where we handled investigations of sex crimes involving children or otherwise developmentally disabled persons, preliminary hearings, narcotics, on up through the felony trial division at 26 in Cal. In 2006, I believe, I left the state's attorney's office for the greener pastures of the law firms downtown in the Loop. I worked at a law firm called Pulcinelli as it was bringing its presence to Chicago. There, I was brought in as an associate, and I worked there for 8 years, making partner. My background there was products liability defense and white-collar investigations for our financial services and healthcare clients, commercial litigation, and then there at Pulcinelli in I guess late 2014, I met two of my partners, or I had known them for quite some time because they were my law partners. But PharmaCann was essentially their inspiration. They saw an opportunity here in Illinois to bring what had been sort of a West Coast, quasi-medical approach to cannabis. That was going to be different here in Illinois, and it was different here in Illinois, given the highly rigid regulatory system that was set up back in 2014, 2015 in Illinois. And when they let me know that they had applied for these licenses in Illinois, I couldn't sleep and talked to them. And when we, PharmaCann, were awarded more licenses than anyone else in the state in 2015, the three of us walked into our managing partner's office and pulled the ripcord. And 3 weeks later, we were PharmaCann, and we began to operationalize the licenses. And now 5 years later, here we are.
So in light of your experience from the outset of the industry in Illinois, you're very familiar with the state and local cannabis regulations in Illinois. Is that correct?
I am.
All right. Can you please briefly describe PharmaCann?
Yeah, PharmaCann is we cultivate and dispense marijuana. We operate in the more rigidly regulated markets of the eastern United States. We are not in California or Colorado or Washington or Oregon. We started in Illinois. We are an Illinois company. And then immediately thereafter, the licensing process in Illinois, we applied in New York's competitive licensing process. And we're fortunate enough to have been the highest scoring applicant in that process. And just like the Berghoff has liquor license #1 after the fall of Prohibition, we have marijuana license #1 in the state of New York, and we're very proud of that fact. And then immediately thereafter, we applied in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, and then in Ohio, and then we were able to acquire a company in Massachusetts. So our footprint is roughly that I-80 corridor from Illinois up through New York, including Ohio, Maryland, Massachusetts. And so we operate, I think at the end of this month, we had 14 operating dispensaries with licenses to develop about another 12 or 14. And we have 5 cultivation centers in those states that are currently operating. And we employ about, I think at last tally, we employed 650. I know earlier this year when we had our community meeting, I think that number was in the 500. So that just gives you some sense for how rapidly we are developing as not just an industry, but as a company.
All right. Can you talk a little bit specifically about your Illinois presence, PharmaCann's Illinois presence?
Sure. So we were awarded originally 2 cultivation centers and 4 dispensaries in the state. We no longer have one of those cultivation centers, so we currently operate 1 cultivation center. It's about a 65,000 square foot facility in DeWitt, Illinois, which is in Livingston County, maybe 90 minutes south of the city as you go towards Springfield on I-55, maybe halfway between here and Bloomington. And then we have 4 dispensaries in Illinois. Those dispensaries are in, Arlington Heights, North Aurora, Romeoville, and then out west in Ottawa on I-80. That's our existing footprint. Now, given how the Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, the adult use law, is set up, we are able to open up for each of our existing Illinois dispensaries what we call a secondary location. And so the proposed location at 12 West Maple would be a secondary location tied to our Arlington Heights dispensary.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act?
It just so happens I am, yes.
Specifically, are you familiar with what are customarily termed the social equity provisions of the Act?
I am.
And can you please outline what those requirements are for dispensary operators such as PharmaCann?
Sure. So when you stack up the Illinois adult use law next to other states, there are, I guess, 10 other states that have some semblance of adult use cannabis. Illinois' law was unique. It was a 610-page act, and so much of it was focused on the issues that are 5 years ago, the issues that were important to medical cannabis stakeholders and policyholders were things like compassion, like mothers of children with very, very virulent forms of epilepsy. And so now, as we've transitioned from a medical environment to an adult use environment, those social drivers of our industry have transitioned. And now we are cognizant of the notion of social equity, which is that responsibility that we have to bring people from disproportionately impacted communities into this industry, both as well-paid employees and also as owners themselves. And so how do we facilitate that, and how do we use an industry that is in the view of many, essentially built on the deprivals of certain communities during the last 50 to 70 years, the war on drugs, essentially. And so much of Illinois' bill has to do with finding ways of bringing people of color into our industry and using the revenues from the sale of cannabis to restore, renew, redevelop communities that have been hit hardest by the war on drugs. So the act has certain, for example, some of the tax revenue is devoted to the R3 program, which is essentially a grant program for even matters unrelated to cannabis, like parks or community centers. Other components of the bill have to do with licensing, with ensuring that social equity applicants, and that's the term that's used in the statute, have an opportunity to receive these licenses. For example, in certain rounds of licensing, for example, the round of 75 dispensary licenses that we're waiting for the governor to issue right now, up to 50 points of that 250-point application are awarded if you are a social equity applicant. Figuring out ways of having existing operators help develop pipelines of workers to come into this industry who are trained and who are ready to go, and that those are pieces of the statute that allow us to work with community colleges to help them develop those curricula, and then incubating social equity applicants ourselves and giving them empowering them to do the things that they need to do to be successful in this industry. That's the social equity piece of the statute.
Right, and specifically, PharmaCann will be making certain contributions to those funds. Is that correct?
That's true. We before March 31st of 2021, we will be contributing about $2.5 million to these social equity considerations. About $1.6 million will be contributions to the Cannabis Business Development Fund, which is this pool of funds for low interest and no interest loans and grants for social equity applicants to help get them stood up. And then we'll spend about another $900,000 or so incubating two teams and a third team informally in developing their own licenses, applying for their own licenses. And then we'll spend some of that as well helping area community colleges develop their curriculum and develop their pipeline of good, skilled workers.
Okay, can you describe a little bit?
Mr. Chairman, this is Gene Murphy, and I apologize for the interruption, but you were very clear in your admonishments to us that social equity, social justice issues have nothing to do with the objector's case or objections, and yet this opening statement or opening testimony has been replete with nothing but social equity issues. I'm kind of the mind what's good for the goose. It goes for both ways. That if you were very, very straight with us that this was not part of our objection and has no part of this hearing, and yet we've heard nothing about anything but social justice issues from the petitioner.
I'll allow it. It's not going to be part of our decision making, as I've stated, but I do like to at least know what they're doing under the state's regulatory scheme for social equity applicants, or social equity benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Councilor.
So go ahead and just briefly describe what the incubation of social equity firms entails.
Yeah, so we didn't really know when